Yo. Hello. I'm back. Because I have a problem. Actually, no, I don't have a problem. It's totally normal to want to finish a game as quickly as possible, right? Yeah, okay. So, I'm pretty sure, because judging from just the title, that this is gonna go over the case that happened 6 months ago. The one that also involves Sotsuki-san, which we didn't cover before in the first game, which made me think that I was really dumb, but I wasn't. I remember everything perfectly well. Except to change the title here. Okay. Alright. I think we saw the very beginning part last time. But we love a refresher. Just the beginning.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. Yeah, wait. No, you're not. You've had at least 3 cases before this. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in a quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I just... Susato's things are gone. Aww. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling, unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic tale was just one small part of an epic... Oh wait, no, that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. It's like, wow, that's really bad wording there. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. That was in the letter? What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Shom's suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Oh, okay. Alright, August 1, 7:28 p.m. or a.m. Sorry. Shom's suite. Oh god.
Runo, good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready.
Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise. Okay. Shh. Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. This could this could be just a truce thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Huh? Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes. Yes, I see. So that's it. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very— I lost his accent. You have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Oh, thanks. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Oh. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. So. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you.
Hurley pulled your button off? Hurley pulled your what?
Oh yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Wow, helpful. What matters at present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Runa said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
He's gonna tell you anyway. Well, that really is a surprise. Oh man. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. I'm sure.
Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl, who is the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie you mean, was it? Really?
That's right. She had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
Okay. Hey, look at my, my cross. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shh, not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar, or a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck, and for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. But good guess. Precisely, which leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, the particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I never showed him this now. The man's barking mad. Haha, they use barking? I see what you did there. Miss Susato's letter! This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by international post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
And how is your judicial assistant faring, I may ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
She is. A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in trial as— apparently Mr. Natsume appeared in trial as a witness. I don't know why I had a different accent there. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do! We helped the man twice! You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustached twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache.
He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley.
Huh? Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although, I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. Very deep impression they made on you. Clearly. Man, I wanna, tell us! So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Schultz? Oh yes, it's very interesting, you know? I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago? For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send a telegram. And lying about him being sick.
Oh, that case, yeah. It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yeah. I would like to know what was so strange about that.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Shells? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan?
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she was going back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Because her dad was sick, but it was a lot. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, her dad's not dead. No. It's just that he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susato's father was hiding.
Hurley, do you know what it's all about?
Oh, well, who can say? What? But you said, why'd you put on your coat? Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. Oh, that's why. It's his theme. And the stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
will, Harry. Don't worry. See you later.
There he goes. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Sotsuki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of which was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found them at last.
Iris, are they?
The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, new Bruno?
Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue. And I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. What happened? Did something happen after the last case then, as well? Or is it because of the last case, because of him playing the music box? They were like, yeah, Yunosuke, we can't let you be in the courtroom anymore. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. Right. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attack her, but, by a cruel twist of fate, the visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time, and was duly arrested. That man was Sotsuki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Sotsuki-san in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove its innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilation was short-lived. Oh no, was it the fish that we went to eat? We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Oh. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a handsome, and headed immediately to a hospital. Okay. Oh, did the person who got stabbed, were they an artist? Like, wait, there's a mouse! There you are at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh! Hi, Susato, I miss you so much. You're late! What on earth took you so long?
Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it was a 20-minute ride to the hospital.
That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone be roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Okay. So... Okay. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so... The victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Oh, there she is. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. Did you already talk to her, or have you just been standing here this entire time? So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back.
Her name is... Oh yes, here we are. Miss Green.
Well, she certainly is wearing green. Why is there a mouse on the ground?
Eee! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse!
Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this faculty, if that's what you're thinking. Bag?
That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed in the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or a family member probably bought some things for her.
Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt. We're just gonna peek into her bag while she's standing right there?
No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. What? Are you hungry? Like, what? You're looking through it for a snack? You're gonna say, come on. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet up there. Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you were a patient here, I feel you'd sure take some medicine by mistake if you were half asleep.
That is a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I have no doubt you'll manage to unlock that somehow.
Well, you are half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Susato wants us dead. Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. Okay, is this a zoo exhibit? What? Don't feed the animals. What is this place? Wow, we are the same person, aren't we?
You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park.
For the pigeons, yeah. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. What is this giant stool that's very tall? It looks as tall as her. An easel? Can we check these? Oh. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. A son. A husband. I don't know. It's one or two. A cousin. I don't know.
Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Okay, a brother. Perhaps the young woman's special someone. Oh, a lover. That's what I said. Yes, I know words.
My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Yes, of course. I have no manners of the heart ever since Cosmo died. The rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what you would call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. That is true. I see anything else? Okay. I guess not. Alright, hello. Oh, wait. Anything here? Can I check these? Oh, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. What?
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so...
He or she is probably running around the hospital then.
Oh dear, how worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. Yeah, if you're running around the hospital, that means you're fine, right? Well, physically fine. All sorts of medicine in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in the reach of everyone like this.
Yeah, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato? Well, you were trying to look through the lady's bag for sweets earlier, Ryunosuke. Okay, let's not, you know, be not self-aware here. Okay. Good morning. Hello. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Oh no! Was it your knife that...
I don't know what voice to get.
Was it your knife that... Are you the man who...
No. I'm a lawyer.
And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no! Was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive. Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in...
Oh no, it's this type of... Oh no.
It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually.
Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. About the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing.
Oh, I forgot she's British.
That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
I forgot he was here. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Sherlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard-working court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman of the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have never regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no! We're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. We really are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Already har. Okay. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh, no. Oh, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike... At the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brick's
Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting.
No, is it?
Brixton is one of the some 10 stops away on the underground iron. What? Iron. Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndark Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, built in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Sotsuki-san does fit the bill. Damn. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She's suddenly clammed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh, yeah, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. It's confusing to me, like, there's like a huge key on her neck. And oh! Is there a Mr. Nero Fodder here? Is it Mr. Nero Fodder? Nero Fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo the lawyer, that's me, but... Oh, Mr. Nero Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Mr. who? Oh, Mr. Natsume sent a message to me?
But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly. What's going on? What is the Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time of the morning? Oh, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mrs. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could you took it from me? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once.
Murder?
Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. Damn, can we read it? The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what?
I'll hail of... Yeah, what? At once.
Oh, okay. So, like in his home? It was only yesterday that Sutsuki-san was in court. We were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time. But we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry. 21st February, 7 to 18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. What on earth? Wait, wait. He's dead? I thought he was the kill. Wait. Huh? What? Huh? What on earth?
Why? The gentleman is deceased. Without question, he's dead.
Locum's doing it, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oops. Oh, can we? Oh. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Natsume. Why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Not the horrible hairlock shows. Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself the door! I never invited you!
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Oh. Here they are, already. The busybodies. Hi, Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson, what is a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Huh. I deduce, Inspector. Your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. Please excuse the man to my right.
There's a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything.
Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Is he actually dead? What? Seriously? That. Wow. There's so much in this room. Wow, that much more? Oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
Oi, I said hit us off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene.
Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all.
No chance, I know you're kind. You'll mess it all up just by looking at it.
Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Yeah, there is. It's like there's a dead body next to us or something. Alright, it sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to carry some flavor. Wait. Oh, no, he's just gonna yell at- okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry! Can I talk to Mr. Natsume? What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for an incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So, the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? Didn't they argue about Macbeth and Hamlet or something, and who was stronger? I forgot. It's something like that, right? Shakespeare nerds. That's a lot of dots. What's the matter with Sosuke-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it!
What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent a word asking you to come. To that inspector over there! Ah, okay, so Gregson said, oh, hi Gregson, again. Okay. So, Inspector, what's the victim's name? Who was he?
Mr. William.
Shakespeare? Wait, no. Shamspeare. Wait, so it's a fake Shakespeare? William Shamspeare? He's a sham? What? Okay, for like a hot minute I thought it was actually Shakespeare. It's like, wait, there's no way, right? Because they called Sherlock Holmes Herlock Sholmes. And I was like, is this copyright again? No, Shakespeare's name isn't copyrighted. And his works aren't either, I think. Yeah, no, they're not. So like, yeah, What? What? Yeah, no, it's a fake Shakespeare then.
Mr. William Shamspeare. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss, as it happens. Or just
Dead. Damn, bro.
Mr. Shamspeare. He was the landlord, and Mr. Garadeb and the other lodger, Mr. Nothme, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got worried and kicked the door down.
But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg?
Oh yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking.
Really? Sotsuki-san?
The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house.
Damn, okay.
Miserable life, and a miserable end to it.
Okay, jeez. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in investigations, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene?
Well, I'm not saying it because this fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. I thought that it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter.
You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
Why? He's literally been gone from his house. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he?
Poor man. How unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's gonna be a goner for that long. The body's still warm.
Oh. Wait. Wait, huh? So he's still alive, right? Oh, wait, huh? What? Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I can bring myself to touch a dead body. But he's not- oh my god. There's a guy on the left there. Gee, I wonder what we are to do now. Gee. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! Good timing. That scared me. Oh my god. Nice one, Zay. Ha! You need only to observe it, my dear fellow. Investigator. Naturally. But there's nothing natural about that pose.
Mr. Sholmes! Have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam. Patience. We've not been in here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. All I've managed to deduce is the actual.
Oh my goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that she proposed the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. The first is that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind. Forget I was here. Okay. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please! Pretend I'm not here! Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore.
You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail.
Oh, he's gonna do the thing again. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. I've heard some truly astonishing great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? I don't know if miracles is the right... So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Holmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. Act 1. Act 1? So there's gonna be 2? The great deduction! The game is afoot. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us that the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Oh gosh. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Why does he look like he's like slightly smiling? Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe, a few sticks of butter, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap, meaningful, indubitably, I can say that word. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the forms of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery beast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Oh my god. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of the foul candle wax, of course. So blonde Lord Farquaad eats soap. Sherlock eats candle wax. Duly noted. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this a suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift a veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Oh, indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end, in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Oh my god. No possible perpetrator present. Okay. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction. So the victim killed himself by eating soap. Yeah, Gregson. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. This is true. This is very true. Why do you think all those oddly satisfying videos are so?
How extraordinary!
In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. Oh, is that so? You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? Did it work? Susato, no. As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilled the contents of my stomach. Yes, I believe it did. Okay, I mean, that's one way to cleanse it. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. How's this guy alive? Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did.
There's something that troubles me as well, actually.
Oh, what's that?
It's Mr. Natsume. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Shome's deductions touch a nerve somehow. Nonsense.
Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last.
I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth.
Yes, Mr. Shome's observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. And when he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do.
Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Shome's quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Shomes meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Chorus correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Careful observation of the victim reveals us to the events that transpired in the... Yes. Okay. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Okay. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of the sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper? Yeah, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man who was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Okay. It's not... Well, you can't deny a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something.
Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks.
And, of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation?
Oh, something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap.
Something that proves he actually ate the soap. Oh, this is as far as I can go. Teacup? Fork? A stain? We cannot see the stain. Hats on the ground. What? So we'll check the teacup. Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap?
The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing.
How about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he can gulp down as much as possible.
Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be.
What else is here? Other than teacup and the fork. What? Fork? I suppose you eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you use. You just shouldn't eat soap, full stop. But then why? Why does the man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man that used this fork to eat soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. So we really ought to consider some other clues. Oh wait, there's this thing here, other piece of soap. No, look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspear must have really loved this stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's look closely at the soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Okay.
Take that!
That's pretty far away from his glance, though. Or, I mean, I guess not. Oh. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really? Where no depths of hunger could drive a man to attempt to eat soap. Says you. Okay, maybe not hunger, but morbid curiosity. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Okay. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there's no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Is it the teacup? Contents of the plate. Teacup? Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting out airs. Stop trying to sound smart. We all know what it is. And it's empty. Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly. Okay.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Poison in the tea. The cause of death identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? Audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine alone? A single teacup was just the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspear was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some clues. Teacup. Fork. Oh, what? Other teacup?
Take that!
Okay. Did the man dine and die alone? The other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. Oh. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper... Isn't that the guy from the omnibus? No. It's probably just a random guy. There was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in the room last night, taking tea with the victim. Whoa, what are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce from this possible guest at the table about this possible guest? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Okay, so it's not that. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Handle. Broken lock. Pile of books. I think it's the books, right? No, we're flashing back. So this is the case that happened right after the Stotsuki case. With the woman being stabbed on the road. It happens between that case and the last case. I think, yeah. So this is like right after that case. So we're doing a flashback. So she's not in England. She's in our memories. Okay. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read... The Picture of Monsieur Canterbury Yearnings and The Meal for Gabriel. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. It's not the same case. It's like, right after that case, another guy got killed. It's the blonde, Lord Farquaad guy. Apparently. I didn't think he was gonna die. Sosuke-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. Now, those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? You suspect British yeah. I really don't know what to make of it. Pile of familiar books.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's a link to the truth. Ugh! Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a secondhand bookshop. Well, that's just coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never, non-negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have bought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could have only bought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... was you, Mr. Sotsuki Natsume! Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction. Sotsuki Natsume at the scene! Deduction complete! Whoa, elementary! Oh man. Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume, it would appear that you're going to have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being ever stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. Damn. Twice in a row, Sherlock has arrested Sotsuki as the prime suspect. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Sherlock Holmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Sucks to be Sotsuki. Yeah. Come on now. No dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Locum student, Mr. Narhold Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... you have to help me! Please, please! I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yeah? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me! Waga hi! And so, this evil curse still apparently unbroken, Sotsuki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to an incriminating deduction of the great detective. Again. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you! Oh, we did help, didn't we? Oh. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garridev, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare. Oh yeah, his name is William Shakespeare. Shamspeare, not Shakespeare, Shamspeare. Ah, Mr. John Gerardeb, yes.
Expected we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual.
Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. Oh, got my voice. Cool. Candle?
This is some sort of makeshift stage, isn't it?
Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances?
Actors aspiring to the great...
Such a colorful court.
Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office.
What?
Then you can practice your art every single day.
Yeah, practice your pointing and desk slamming. I'll think about it if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge.
Well, if that would help you achieve your goal.
Yes, I have to see. Oh my god. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall.
Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas.
But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Gerardeb had an open fire in the top floor, didn't they?
Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there.
Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. Okay. Here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind.
Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins.
Ah, I see. Yes, now that you pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean, if you put a coin in here...
That's right. It would buy you about 2 hours of gas for light and heating.
So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold?
Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank.
Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Okay, right. Oh, of course, the no window.
As we see from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay.
What strange things they used to tax Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in their property. It's extraordinary.
It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh!
What is it, Mrs. Otto?
If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose.
Eh? Oh. Soap? Oh yes, it looks like an amateur has broken out like a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspeare who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting the room.
Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it.
What, outside?
It's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap.
It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps?
It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? Was he making soap? Is that what was happening?
I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that.
Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all.
Oh, dear. I suppose we could. What's this? Look here at this soap.
Is that... huh? Blood? Huh?
What? Do you see in the middle here? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but
Some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. Is it like a wax seal?
it looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand.
Yeah. Expensive. Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Bar of soap. Cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Shamsby's window. It's one of the two that were found there. Okay.
There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked.
Yeah, not much use, are they? What's the matter?
Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all.
Of course, the bottle and glass. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks.
Yeah, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it was a waste that he should donate some to the needy.
You can suggest it next time we meet. Oh my god. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings on.
This one looks like a king's attire.
A king. I've always dreamt of being a Ryunosuke.
Oh, I think he'd be more suited for a feudal lord. A daimyo or such like.
With a chomage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chomage. Does he?
Oh, you look wonderful with one. And you already have the sword.
Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chomage and a sword? Well, people would definitely avoid you. But they might call your outfit less depressing.
What's this?
It looks like a part of an envelope, I think.
Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened.
Is that significant?
Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of the letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there?
Ah, she's right.
And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual.
I agree. You better take this, just in case. Torn off end of envelope. Ripped piece of paper that's found. Okay, the rest of the envelope cannot be looked. Cool. I guess we'll look at the guy himself.
Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death? Being poisoned as he was?
I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul?
Sorry?
I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British way. I'll just reread it now. One moment.
There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? She's still reading. Okay. The British way. Okay, I think that's it. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy, okay. Okay. Gyarados room? Right, that's what it was. You've got a lot of places. Yeah. 21st February, the Gyarados room! Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode.
here because Mr. Gyaradev is the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget.
You chaps here? Yes. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Gyaradev as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all the business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Gyaradev?
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Yeah, stand on up. Yay! Okay, the morning's incident. Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, and nobody answered.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Is this another, locked room sort of situation? No way, right? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. Yeah, Joan's still in jail.
That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning.
Okay, damn. No need to call us out like that, Susato. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding her gaze now all of a sudden?
Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door.
Same brain. The victim's name was Mr. Shamspeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspeare. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is just the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a badly screwed loose. So hard to choose which category Sotsuki-san would fall into.
Mr. Naruhodo,
That's a little rude. Wow. Don't read my thoughts. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. It's in his damn name. Read a few plays of the old bard himself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Romeo and Hamlet? Okay, I know what your ship is.
Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated.
It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there?
Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeare would have much in common.
Should Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder? Let's hope it's not that.
Mr. Naruhodo, really, how rude!
Stop reading my mind! Yesterday's events. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe. Didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, it must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as you remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Security noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back.
The chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. I suppose he met his in some time after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there.
Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Miss Susato?
Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Gyaradev, you were up here in your room all evening, if I understood correctly.
She reads our thoughts without meaning to. It's a curse, really. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tendon on the ground floor, I mean.
Whoa! That's a very good point. I can't imagine you would hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tendons? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking. It's batty outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tendons. Why would I?
Then, how would you know, Mr. Gyaradev?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? Oh, so like when he turns it on, he assumes he's awake, turns it off, he's asleep. What are... Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, please, bastard. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is prior to the building of my pipes. Yeah, I'm more or less worked that out.
Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to the properties via the main.
Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. Well, what do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why?
Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it?
Yeah, of course, because everything's connected to a huge single supply pipe.
Is that supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Oh, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Oh.
Oh, of course. When people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out the lamp with fires.
Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor is the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, you can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Gyaradev.
Oh well, nothing to it really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. Well, I mean, not right now, but later on, it'll definitely be super helpful. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Gyaradev is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, he's an old guy who has nothing to do, right? Do you know about this bar of soap? No, look at my badge! Mr. Gyaradev, can I show you this? Oh no, just kidding. Been quite a couple days, as you can imagine. Yeah, right? I'm afraid I'm rather tired. I haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time then. This one? Nah. Is it the soap? The soap? Nope, it's not. Okay, just kidding. Wow, okay, just kidding. He knows nothing. Where's his gas lamp? Because he should have one too, right?
Oh, a copy of Rant's magazine! The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful?
Naturally, one ash on one shelf is such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singularly dangerous. That's genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Soto. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories?
Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally.
I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. Okay, it doesn't say we should go anywhere else. Huh? Eh? Where? But there's nothing else for me to present to him. Do I have to check his room again? I really... oh man, okay. Cause, yeah. This is to take anyone who badmouths Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, we're waiting for Sousa to throw him to the ground. Then we can move on. There's a single apron drying on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. Clothes horse? Come on, Yunosuke.
No, Mr. Naruhodo, that's a cannon.
I knew that. I was just testing you. Here's a history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now, the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about?
That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Girardeau?
Oh, it was the reporter guy. The reporter guy who was following Sotsuki around all the time. He ended up killing Miss Brett with poison. So, Professor Mikotoba, in his lab, he was developing like a special secret poison, right? That can't be traced using the regular poison methods, of course. Right, so the reporter guy who was following Sotsuki around, right, when they were showing Sotsuki the poison, he also learned about it, and then took some with him in his pen. And then he put it in Miss Brett's wine glass, and so when she drank the wine, she died. Right? But then he realized that like halfway through, it's like, oh, this poison is like supposed to be a secret. So if it comes out that if it comes out that Miss Brett was killed by this very specific poison, then you know, the number of suspects would be very small. So he then stabbed her in the back with a knife to make it look like she died from the knife instead. Yeah, I think, yeah. And his reason for killing her was because it was kind of like the player's reason for wanting her dead. Basically, oh man, she got to escape justice, you know, she committed a crime, but now she's just walking around freely. That's so unfair, right? So that was his reason. Alright, he also said something that's like, well, because he's like a journalist, right? But he's also kind of like conspiracy theorying. So he was like, oh yeah, so apparently, the people in Japan don't know that Kazuma is dead? Like, they never told the general public that Kazuma died. So to the general public, he's still on his way to Great Britain. Or he's still in Great Britain doing his study and everything. So... I think that was it, yeah. Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not in active service now, you know. There's much thonking going on. Of course. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the old thing if you wanted it. Can we?
Well, it might sway Lord Van Zeeks, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs.
Very tactful, Miss Susato. Very tactful indeed. Super low-key, okay. Ah yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it?
Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Gyrdep?
Oh, you remember, don't you? Do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. Oh, what are you doing? Firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me. I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it? Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private. Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display.
Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments?
What would he even exhibit? He's wearing his trophies right now. You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Gyrdep. Oh, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs. Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs? Like Miss Green! Miss Green was an art student.
Oh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong.
Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's front in return. Oh wait, or Miss Green's lover, man. Because there was a photograph of a dude there who looked kind of like her? Like her? Who... I don't know. Ryunosuke said it could be her boyfriend. I said it could be her brother, so we have no idea. But yes. Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day, and I asked if I let him off and asked if I let him off the month's rent in return. Oh, I see. So you did, presumably? I badly well did not.
Oh.
A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent. Eh? And yet, it's still there proudly on the wall. Damn, so you just took his art and his money. Holy shit. You know what that screen is hiding now? The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day. Yeah, really. Don't suppose I'll be able to clear up that mess for some time now.
Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you.
I say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But it's a twist and a half, a rotten soul all around. He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. Yeah, he has no maid, and at the end of the game, he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm my own maid now." Sorry, my eye's itchy. Okay. It's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there.
I feel sure it's been full of cakes since we first investigated in here as well.
Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know?
Oh.
Time has stood still? Now that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying. Oh my god, my voice. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. I don't know if I want to see maid Gyaradev.
You should just tidy up, Mr. Naruto.
And again, Susato can read my mind. Water. These shells look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast.
Reminds me of the Battle of Maywa, don't you know?
The experiences of a seasoned veteran.
Enemy had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for, the whole Bally Company. We were taking a real pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives.
Oh, I thought that's where it was going in a different direction, actually.
Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, and I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for.
Ugh, that's not what a lawyer who finds himself under fire wants to hear. It's a good view over the wintry East End from up here. It's an impressively grey scene. It's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow.
And the pavement where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife.
Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes Great Britain really does seem to like a strange land, doesn't it?
I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how an Englishman would feel arriving in Japan and seeing people with a chomage top knot. Talking.
Well, that's a good point. Sorry. I guess that's it. Maybe there's still something in here? Oh, yeah. Maybe I missed something out here that I need to show the guy. I feel like I checked everything. Stranger in a strange land. No. I've never heard of that. Other locations. I'm trying to like slightly metagame where it's like, cause Susato's telling me, hey, you need to go here and investigate more or something. I'm like, okay. But it does seem like I have everything, so... Okay, I'll go somewhere else. I think it'll be empty. Oh. Okay. Oh wait, isn't this the bars of soap? With the exception of the top floor, Mr. and Mrs. Where Mr. and Mrs. Gyaradev live, all the windows are bricked up.
Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poor members of society filled in many of their windows.
It's an old sci-fi book. Oh.
But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done.
Yeah, that is a sad state of affairs.
Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room.
I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodation.
It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that.
Other side? It looks like the— Wait a second! This snowman is the same one in the last case of the first game with the white cat. It's the same snowman in the background. This is where they took the picture. Whoa! How did that snowman— Okay. I mean, they probably just needed a snowman, but... Yeah. Oh, I can't even examine. Okay. I can't go back. I can't go home. Yeah. It says that we need more investigation here, right? Oh wait, you know what? I probably didn't examine this stuff. That's probably why. Looks like a carrot.
This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it?
Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special.
I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinomaru design of the Japanese flag.
I expect this to be— but I expect this is rather expensive soap. That doesn't seem likely given who it belongs to. Right. Indeed, a bar of soap. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Susato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never.
Thanks, guys. That was very helpful and insightful. Okay, just kidding. What? What? I touched everything, right? What? Susato will let you leave. I'm mainly concerned it's something here because it says, I feel we need to spend a little more time investigating here on the bottom there. Like, I can go to other places, but I don't think, like, it won't give me anything. You know? What could I possibly be missing? Checked the evidence and I checked the room. It can't be like a little speck of something that I'm missing. No way, right? That would be really upsetting. Come on. What? Confusion. The confusion I have in this room. What am I missing? What have I not checked? And I've presented, like, everything to this guy. Thing. Yeah. What? Dun, 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 da, 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 da. It's times like these where I feel like I should consult a walkthrough because I don't know. Nothing else on the soap bar there. Other than this carrot. Cosmo's armband! Of course, that's what we need to inspect. What? Huh? What? What? The cup! Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. One of the teacups that Mr. Shamspeare and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. It's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shamspeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Sosuke-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should just take these so we can examine them in more detail later. There we go. Oh, Makwa. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Oh. Hello, Inspector Gregson. Inspector Gregson, back so soon? What do you mean so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigative division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then.
Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon.
Uh, um, 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 I'm sure we should probably go and...
What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
What? Excuse me?
Out, brief can do. Life is but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and fetches hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more.
This Shakespeare quote is used so often.
Now, how sound is the next part?
I just said it's used very often, but I don't know.
It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day!
Oh! What? Walking Dead! Okay, wait.
The fella isn't dead at all?
What was that nonsense he was saying, though?
I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5.
Shakespeare? What a twist. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. I had an inkling, like, if he wasn't actually dead, right, that, oh, it's the guy, then it would be like poison to make it seem like you look dead, like Romeo and Juliet. I don't know. 21st February, Briar Road.
Whatever do you think will happen now?
Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. Yeah, 2 times.
I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deducted. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? There's a fella. What is that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Sotsuki-san's lodgings. No, there's a soap bar there. That's the other guy, right?
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me. Can we have a word? No, don't talk to him. Oh. Oh, he just ran off. Okay.
I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
It's a British Popeye. I do too, but I don't remember. Maybe on TV. Well, we've done so much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again.
A good idea.
Okay. There we go. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I'm very sleepy. Actually, there's probably a good reason why.
21st February, local prison, cell 9. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, yeah? What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he gonna know at me? Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes?
He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They let me... Cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts.
Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in deduction too.
Yeah, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh?
The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again.
Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in the cell, suffering for some silly raw end of a stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why a mustache? Consequences, questions. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were coming back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy, William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspeare was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. It'd be sad to think that it was our last.
Oh!
Oh, oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspeare, didn't you? I'm not saying another word! I demand to have a lawyer present! Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? Okay. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell! But Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Back in prison, yeah. I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back.
Hard to believe that was only yesterday.
After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare. So you did go to the victim's room then?
As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. It was your first time. What made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Gyarados said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening, at around 9 or after, when I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. Oh no.
And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you?
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet! Who was stronger? Who was stronger? It was a delightful debate.
I'm sure.
Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated. So you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea? No! Never! Not at all! Stronger, yeah. Team Juliet won! That was me! And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit! I swear it! Categorically! He was angry? That he lost? Cursed existence. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, and you noticed that you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in time, I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look. They all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite for my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. And then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there is a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh, I see. So the person who lived in Sotsuke's room, by the way, who was the artist who made Mr. Gyarados' portrait, right? Died there, but it's also connected to Miss Green because she has a portrait of what I'm assuming to be him on her hospital drawer, dresser. I see. Okay. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead, and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended a place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible the room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind does not know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who died in that room, I lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspear was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. I know it. And that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodations with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared you yourself may become history. Oh my god, Susato. So... well, Susato-san knows how to make a man listen. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse of my room as well. You mean Mr. Gyarados? Yes. He knows if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near that place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps in his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such a close tabs on the occupants of his rooms. What do you mean, he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. But please, forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. once he's come around and he'll be able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me? Oh. You're here too? Inspector Gregson. You're just everywhere, huh, Gregson? I couldn't help overhearing what you said. And on that note, the lack of death. Yeah. I have some good news and some bad news. Oh. Slightly less death. More close calls and less deaths. Which do you want first? Always, every time. The bad news comes first. One hope is all you had. Hold on to it. It's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news is this. Oh my god, bro. Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why'd you ask my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He come round now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Nesme? Oh no, the bad news is coming. Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no. That's not on the cards. What? Why are we not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed a finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ugh! I sweet poisoned his seekers to end my life. That wickedest caitiff, Sochki Natsume. No! So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make necessary preparations. No! Oh my god. We just can't avoid it. And so, once again, Sotsuki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Oh my god. Whether his room was haunted, or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. I had to defend him again. Oh, wait, I need to find the thing. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Oh, cool, okay. This is a cool stopping point because I need to go eat food. So I'll be right back. Save my current progress. Wait, where am I? Here, okay. Cool. Okay, so the trial's next. No, it's just a break. What are you talking about? Okay, I will see you in a bit. Okay. Ah, back. Back from the dinner. Wait, no, wrong wrong one. Wrong one. Got taller. Okay. Alright. Ooh, the screen darkened. Alright, okay. Trial time. Trial time. I'm guessing that the length of this case will probably also be, in total, maybe 5 hours? I think, probably. So, hopefully, not any longer. Okay. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all the time. All at the same time. Don't worry, Susato does too. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line, it says Sosuke. Good morning! Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now for this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming. This does not work if I burp in the middle of my sentence. Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Oh no. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, didn't you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial... Is it Van Zieks or is it not Van Zieks? It would be more surprising if it's not Van Zieks. Will be led by Lord Barak Van Zieks. Okay, it is him. Alright. Van Zieks. Ah! Oh no, oh no, no, no! Oh my god. The so-called Reaper of the Billy. Alright, yeah, because this is a new game. Yeah, we technically haven't seen this guy yet. Oh, Van Zieks, who's that? A so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sotsuki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock. Lord Van Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no. That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. Yes, it was that guy. McGriddle. Whatever his name is. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Ugh! Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits, and now by the Reaper? Pair of petrifying perils, potentially. Potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yeah? I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. You'll be double cursed, so it cancels out. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well? The trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go! Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. But that's probably for the best. Oh. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'll prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Narholdo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student, Mr. Narhold Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Cosimo that it harbors. Oh my god. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free. With honor. Oh, yes. Let's do this. Okay. Give me a second. February 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Sorry. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Ah, yes, Vampire Man. Prosecution is... I don't know if I can do this. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, I learned in Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What? And what do we need? What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. Oh. Okay. It's not just in my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zieks has such an animosity towards Japanese for some reason. Like he's racist. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sotsuki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Oh right, is the jury the same people or not? You have been chosen at random. Yes, random. To represent your will of the people in a trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? But you again? Absolutely, I have a feeling this Larkin was innocent before.
I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right.
That's nothing to do... Oh, well, I really like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Oh my god. Someone has money. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or admissions will go through the roof.
May the Lord show us all the light here, lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
The British jury system is so different to our own, isn't it? Yeah, but it happens to be like the same handful of people each time, so... It's quite extraordinary to think the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. The 6 same members, I mean... And the judge can only pass sentence when all the jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London. Chosen at random? Or at least, that's the idea. The prosecution would like to draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Oh, so they replaced, what's her name? Joan. They replaced Joan with the rich lady. That makes sense. Okay.
Very well, let's commence to the trial. Lord Van Zieks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, It is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoings in that affair? Far from it. What do you mean wrongdoings? He didn't do anything wrong in that affair. Well, maybe run away, but like, instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Take it off, take it. Oh, he did it. The detective responsible for investigating the scene, the accused himself. Oh, and accused. Yes. The detective is not the accused, I'm sorry. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Satsuki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student, to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. And you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again.
Oopsie.
I remember it as if it were yesterday. In fact, it was probably yesterday. Or 2 days ago.
The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough.
I got it eventually.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir.
Okay.
The incident occurred at the Giradeb household, where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident?
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making the entry to or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale. He very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
That's a better voice. Oh. It's much more saturated here.
Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
Okay.
Now then, Mr. Natsume?
Yes! Yes!
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring tonight, Mr. Natsume.
Is that why he's been feeling like someone's choking him every night? It's because he didn't extinguish the fire? But it's so cold! My runny nose would freeze! The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. That has nothing to do with Sosuke, come on! Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Ignoring the witnesses, or ignoring the accuser's stupidity. Thank you, witness. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. Ah, no. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. Accused? Good grief! Right, that's true. Order! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. So if Sosuke-san is innocent, then why has the victim accused him? The victim is shady. The victim... See, the moment I saw that guy, something's not right about that guy. Something's off. Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspear's room, as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again! Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine a witness at least once. Therefore, I call upon the witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord! Okie dokie. A catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Ugh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance. No, how could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. What? The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. I think maybe... sorry. I think maybe, like, he poured the rest of the tea out. Right? Like it just... yeah. With our current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. A lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. Oh, but what about the bar of soap? Kidding. I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Yeah, get yourself together, Yunosuke. I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counter for the defense. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord! He got really intense. Yeah. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and took some tea with me as a gift. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Ugh, no! We weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never. Ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why'd you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now. No Nipponese can understand the finer points of English literature. Wow, racist! And on the night in question, that was the topic of the conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted. I had just arrived back at my lodgings, when I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No! Not one! Not two! Not any! Not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. And tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. Eat a library debate over a nice hot drink. After which I went back to my room and I read another. Okay. A literary debate about Shakespeare's work, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? A very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? Are you sure that's the... Who's stronger? I know I'm gonna regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. Oh my god. So we battled it out, in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest. Sounds like you guys had fun, what the hell? So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet. After a vigorous wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out as on top. A victory I will cherish forever! I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? Fancy's like, please, can we get back on topic? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see? It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness? Oh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because 1 drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison.
You say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume. Wait. Nah, I don't know. I don't know why this was my thought, but I was like cause I think this whole thing is like a farce. Like, cause I'm like 85% sure blonde Lord Flockhorn is evil. Shamspear, I mean, right? Just because of the vibes. The vibes say he's evil. But like, I think that if you were to do it, right? Basically, somebody emptied both cups of tea so that no one can test for anything, right? So it's like, where did he empty it then? Then what if he put it, what if he emptied it in the soap? Because the soap was outside on the window ledge. Oh, what? It's gone! Oh.
What is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
This bar of soap, when we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression here. A reddish one.
Yes, you're right. I remember too.
Where did it go?
But now the depression is completely empty.
Where could a disc have gone? I was gonna say, like, what if he poured the tea into the soap and left it outside? Right? I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, we can examine the teacups. Indeed, they are dry. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh, really? I've never noticed before.
You've never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese.
What about the line here? Oh, I guess that's what they were talking about.
This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean.
I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
I was gulp it down too!
Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea.
Okay. I see. This is some nasty cups though. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted by my very dumb tea theory. Yes, definitely, by heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker.
Yes, Mr. Kirito seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one way to Mr. Shamspear's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself, from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right! My tea was harmless! Completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Oh, what do you mean? Strying, whatever it's called, takes some time to have an effect on the body. Hold it! Yeah. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between the poison between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure.
Oh dear, death by poisoning. Again. It's always so awful.
Yeah. You're gonna see it 3 times. Well, this is the 3rd time we're seeing it. Timeline-wise, no, but yeah. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that, and it further degrades Sosuke-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. The poison as well, and other details, okay. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. Hold it! Okay. The argument still stands, you say? This is where Mr. Natsume has been saying. This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left it at all. Exactly! Ugh! You my dear innocent. Sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you were gone. But no! We drank tea straight away. The battle was over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger. The battle was over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger. That came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot! Yunosuke at the other bench is like, yeah, Sosuke, you're so right! Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? I can voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet, Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison in the tea. Let's listen carefully to his testimony again. Okay, let's look at the report. That's not an autopsy report, but, you know, that thing. Small quantity of that toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of substance having been mixed in with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. What? 1:30 a.m.? Accessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after delayed onset. What? 1:30 a.m.? And 11. Okay. Is it this one? Because basically, like...
Objection!
Ooh, okay, good. The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector. Come again? I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. What? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning, And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. It's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in that tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? We say they have the same expression. What? They do the same thing. The fetch's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Magish? Oh my god. Wait, see, he points wine, I also... Okay, you have wine, I also have wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollow chalice for this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? Oh. See, why'd you shatter— Okay, I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. Well, I'm not getting rid of it. Will yours explode? Nah, he breaks his like every 10 seconds. I'm not gonna change it that— Oops. I'm not gonna change it that often. A phantom? It is so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left. For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. From someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Is something wrong, Lord Van Geeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. How did you hear that from all the way here? Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Oh, it's the guy, isn't it? Huh? Oh no, it is him.
Old brief panda, lies but a walking shadow.
Oh my god.
A poor player that struts and frets his tower upon the stage, and is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
It's like the third time you said this line. Who sure are you?
William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events.
I am the victim. Oh, it's so dramatic, yeah. What is he doing here? What do you mean, what is he doing? Of course he's coming in here. Prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. He's already called himself to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, Consul. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Oh my god. Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. This is true.
That will do, Mr. Notchme. Let the court now hear from the victim.
God, man, who the hell? At least 3 twists. Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. Who's that Popeye-looking guy next to him?
Yeah, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of this man before.
State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. With a great bard to be called to life anew. Lo, what a...
Hello, welcome. Thank you for the follow, Hip Hoppy Panda. I hope you also hate this guy.
Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellow, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shakespeare.
I forgot what it's...
Name's Man. Arden B. Meter Man. Arden B. Meter Man. I work for the Adamant Gas Company.
The voices are fitting.
East End branch office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes. She's right, it is him. Oh, what? Do we really need a flashback? Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, can we have a word? And he power moves out. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garrideb's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? Oh, he's a gas company employee? I was not paying... Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. I can't wait to be confused about the gas thing.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare. Oh, I mean Shakespeare, fuck. You're the victim in miserable fear, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell. Do you command me to remember?
That's not right.
That sweet poison did this cross me and cross my innocent lips.
I so subpoenaed him for the trial. With his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing a testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed.
Yes, lines. Yeah.
Thus I be noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be.
Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. Is his name actually just William Shakespeare? There's no way, right? The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking the serif anagram idea seriously? What? Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. I can't believe the jurors have zero taste in men. But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamsbury doing here? The gas man, I mean.
What, me? Well now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And, moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker here is this young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hang on, no. I'm just here.
What? No?
I hereby call in your former testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent.
Okay. Wintry night of my discontent.
The snow lay about. My neighbour did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But very bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone that did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room, but the short little that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Okay. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamsbury's room all night?
That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the brick where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
What? Why? Yeah, what?
The question is, sure, why?
Well now, that's because he's on my list.
List of for what? His list?
What a piece of work as a man. Wherefore wouldest thou not stare in wonderment?
Are you saying that you think the gas man has a crush on you? I think you need to look at yourself better. What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
What'd you say about me?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And as the testimony we just heard clearly reveals, there is no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Oh no, not the jury talking.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord! Dude, if only this was the final testimony of the trial. Okay. Slowly about my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a great gift of tea. Okay. To be clear, by neighbor you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, indeed, sir. Perchance thou wouldest that I call him the man from upstairs?
And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were broiled in such literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means
their discussion about who was stronger, Romeo or Juliet? I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbours played a fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as our characters would be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine seeing. Freely, thy name is Woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but
Wait, did he throw you?
never did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden.
Did Julia beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. Wait, so okay. What, so stronger. He's like, whoa, which one's stronger, right? What? And you guys are like, yes, we are, you know, English literary admirers. What the fuck? Okay. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. Sorry.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding.
But very bitter was his drink. When he left, I did fall prostrate on the table. Let me stop you there. Mr. Nasumi left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 hours that the poison made you collapse. Yeah, Panzeeks wants nothing. No part of this. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. What is this? Oh my god, okay. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly, 'tis an easy task.
What?
I did drink the tea, not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
But that doesn't sound normal.
Nay, it's quite ordinary, sir. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. In midst of argument, there would be no time for fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
We all know what that means.
'Twas the tea alone that passed my lips that late hour, not else.
Okay. Did you not eat the soap? So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Soap?
Fay on luxury, fay on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise.
What?
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day I do fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it is that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine art.
What is it? I'm so confused. Okay, sure. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Now that I think about it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from the room, was it? I don't recall seeing a single player's script anywhere. For I have devoured them all.
You ate your scripts? You've eaten them?
Every word be within my skull. Didn't thou imagine otherwise?
Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion. The only way poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. So wait, I thought he actually ate his scripts. No, I think he's saying that like he ate them metaphorically. Or he did actually eat it. Whatever. This guy's crazy. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his
Hold it!
The windows of that house have all been filled in.
A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax.
Yes, Susato, we've mentioned the window tax like 3 times now.
Yeah, yeah, you're right there, all bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking through that gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, wasn't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body.
What's with all the theatricals today?
Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the victim could have removed the receptacle.
Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you.
What? It really was. You can't argue with that logic.
No one else was in his room but the short little round brick.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
Same. That would be so funny if it was like he actually just tried to eat the soap and that's how he got it. That's how he got, quote, poisoned. How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London?
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamsphere drink tea together?
Nah, sorry. I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't seem to remember it all that well, could I? But what I did see was a silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I'll tell you, I don't know what to make of it.
You know, out of context, this is very, well, that's, it, I mean, I need to take a screenshot of something. Okay, do not worry.
I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway.
Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gashman's honor.
Oh man. Oh no, the jury! Not the jury! My lord!
Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to till now, but this has gone on long enough. Are y'all with me?
Yeah, of course. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with each other? That you've reached a unanimous decision? two right we've had. Are you all with me? Yeah!
Wait, no! The defense is still in the middle of a cross-examination.
To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, 3 missing hours, as you put it.
But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see.
And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. Don't you want that though? I mean...
What was that? Sorry, I couldn't quite catch what you said.
Oh my god.
Very well. Let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
All of you? Highly relevant witnesses. Yeah. The new lady does look super good.
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
Felt Zanzieks? Van Zieks? So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. It's our favorite new mechanic. Oh boy. To the guilty being punished. Ugh.
Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please! The trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Mr. Sato?
What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? I taught you this, like, days ago. That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember?
Summation examination. Yes, that's right. We'll have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, we can reverse the decisions of the majority of the jurors. We can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes. I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly, no one on the defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the British Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared for, man?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it!
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Oh boy. Judicial findings. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man, and straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie, In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Oh, so they all think he's a good guy, that's why. Bruh. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. What? The jury's findings are all based on bullcrap.
There's no evidence to suggest the dingling actor is a fraudman. For now, at least.
Oh, I don't really care. Like, I just need the trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all.
I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. But all for the wrong reasons.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Sotsuki-san's behalf before and it worked. So you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Narcon.
No, it's okay, Susato, I remember. Oh.
Well, you're still very new to British law, after all.
It's okay, I remember, Susato. That's true, I suppose. And Sotsuki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again or not bother? No need! Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato. Yeah, that means there's gonna be 2 separate VOD. Hi! Yeah, internet, please stay stable. Just a bit more, internet.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Okay. He's a nobleman, straight up, just no reason to doubt the man. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars?
I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example.
Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take the gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let's be frank here. Let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening.
What's that? The elderly gent on the end here, you know? You're going to have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need the trial to be over.
How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Okay.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay, she's hopeless. Look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese. No, not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty.
But he's fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stips. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps like a waltz, in fact.
Without racism.
You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance.
You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of the events is backed up by what the big chin man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. You said the same thing twice. But that's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. God. How to smack a character.
There's no evidence to suggest the gangly actor is a Frostman.
Okay. Frostman? What do you mean by that, man? Madam?
It really is the most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't be even threatened to take action for fear of being sued.
Sorry, what? I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Alamont, the owner of Alamont Gas Company.
What is this? What? Yeah, random number of jurors. What the fuck?
Good gracious, Alamont Gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe. Proper handling is essential.
Wow, words that did not age well.
And as I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be, the first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gotta be used properly. Alamont Gas is the best in the world, of course.
I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Oh, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room?
I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies someone as a possible fraudsman. But dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public.
Oh my god. That umbrella, though.
But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief.
You've noticed a public gallery in here, haven't you? A retired soap maker. Oh my god. But they're the same people from the last case though, so they have to have the same jobs, right?
The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me in thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it.
Does she have something, like, to do with bees or something that they're designing in their umbrella?
And when they do, they'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Alamont gas explosion.
So, Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. Oh. Oh, that's true. We don't know about number 3. Number 3 just, like, seems like a dick, though. I don't even know if I want to know. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement?
My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping the thief apart you enjoyed?
a little bit before the part about abject violence, if not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance. Victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality he's a common thief of my company's gas. Okay. Oh, I really don't care, like, I just need to trauma in quickly. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Oh, finish last. That's what it's called. But that's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? A derby? It was dead, sir, that thing. That's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I used my wife's secret savings. Oh my god. Like, but the hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Oh, that stupid finish last. So you took your wife's savings to spend on the ponies.
Oh dear, I think it's clear what happened, isn't it?
This was the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let the business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not gonna happen. Oh my god.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
What do you really mean by that, sir?
Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 in the morning, I do.
A 5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you?
Huh? What was that now?
I said you were an early riser.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night.
Eh? What was that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night.
That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time. Just, like I said, it's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping. Okay, so
The key to summation examinations is identifying contradictions between jurors' statements, Mr. Naruhodo.
right. And once I found 2 jurors whose statements can't coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. Then hopefully when they see that what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning.
Yes, and if you're able to change the minds of a majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move on to the adjudication.
They can't let that happen. Somehow or another, I have to turn this trial around. I think it's lagging a bit, I'm sorry. Okay, so I think it's this woman, of course.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. By the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, is not straight at all. I mean, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. Oh, so the good lady says, but there's no evidence. What was it happening again? Okay. Oh right, we pitted the 2 jurors against each other, saying that what's his name, Shamspear is a giant asshole.
You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Another bow. Juror number 1. You say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspear was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold on to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that I've found out that the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that will suit me down to the ground.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
Oh, thank you, Stream Elements. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Miss William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know what exactly what kind of man you really are. Yay! I thought I had to pit more people against each other, but no, it was just those two. And there was 4 people chasing. Yes! So it wasn't that long. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo! Victory!
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, while 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
Yeah. Yeah. Take a sip. Take a fucking sip, babe. No! You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. Oh. Uh-huh? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. Oh.
But you gods will give us some thoughts to make us men. So God amend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
His voice isn't as disgusting as I should give it.
Oi, what did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart.
Ugh, you flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet.
I can't do this shit. Oh my god. Oh my god! It's like, it's case 1 all over again. The nightmare. Is this punishment? Is this punishment for streaming super long hours? And now my internet's like, oh man, you gotta suffer the consequences. You weren't supposed to do that. And now. Oh my god. Man. So, Mr. Shakespeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, and not an angel, as you claim to be, or the seraph, or whatever you want to say, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. Hello?
It is my considered opinion that, at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime could have been identified. All testimony aired by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no!
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it will be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
Yes, let's find out if he's a bitch. assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? Hi, thanks for the follow, Fox Selena, but just as a prior word of caution, my internet is kind of shit right now, so I might disappear within minutes.
That's right, we do, don't we, Orca?
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's on it.
Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord. It'll be my pleasure. On that.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweetest honey. Yeah. Oh my god.
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful, or it's gonna sting, you mark my words. Why do I feel like this lady, like when they designed her, they were like, oh, we're gonna just make another juror. She's gonna be like the wife of like this big gas company, right? So she can provide info on the gas stuff, right? We're just gonna make this other juror, right? And then they designed her and they're like, fuck, she looks really good. Let's make a full body and a whole model and put her on the stand. I don't think that's the case, but it could be.
On the subject of the illegal consumption of the Adamant Gas Company fuel.
Yes. Is that clear, my good man? As clear as Adamant gas, my lady! Which is the clearest in the world. Or she's not going up there and I just misheard. Or I'm a dummy-dumb. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, she is here. I'm proud to be in the company East End Branch Investigator and Meter Money Collection Agent. Hello, yes, I am back. For how long? I don't know, but indeed I am existing once again. Thank you. So basically, if you missed what happened before, is that when we put the two statements together, right? Oh, wait, no, 4 juries changed their minds, right? And basically now we're trying to prove that Shakespeare has been stealing gas. Dedication to justice. Yeah! We don't rest until justice is served. Adamant gas meters except threepenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, the meter in Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's been using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Oh, okay. Take a sip. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my house chalice.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Cheeks?
Oh my god, stream moments. Did the mustachio Nipponese poison the ganglion excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Okay, there it goes again. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire from your Eastern Island nation is more than geographic distance. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Oh my god. Do what you will.
Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood.
Yeah, he does. He's breaking all sorts of bottles. An attempted poisoning. And an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder... Truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is.
Okay. I'm proud to be the company's ace branch investigator, meter money collection.
Hold it! So, does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
And I do. Have to try and catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before? As well as that of Mr. Shamspear?
Well, now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me. It really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books.
And then, when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterin? Not much to say really, but as you wish. How about gas meters except therapy bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gas? Okay.
So all London houses have a gas supply that are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company Alamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes.
So if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people will use about 3 coins in a night?
A bit more than that usually, if they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
Thinking about it, Sosuke-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he?
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah, yeah, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually.
And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on gas supply and empty the meters of points.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks he's been pinching gas off of us for ages. You've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room, I take it?
Naturally, he took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-toothed comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspear Special.
That sounds like it would cost an awful lot of 3p penny.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found it bare. You know what? I said, you what? Or I mean, you what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. And you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jimmied open anywhere. Not a single sign. And that's what's happening to my salary as a result. Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation, in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh. Right here! No wonder they call you Meter Man.
I think it would be prudent for this court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Just the whole ass gas meter. Cool. Alright. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Let's continue with your testimony. Though I would say, it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof. Okay, Fantasy are just scared.
Meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
There's only one key for all your meters?
Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened.
Oh? How?
I came up with a rather clever way to expose my little shenanigans, as it happens.
Would you care to explain?
Well, now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover.
Just faulty piping. Yeah. There's something, because it can't be anything with the meter. Maybe there's something with the meter that they just didn't see, but they've looked over so many times, it doesn't feel like that's possible. He gets gas anytime. Oh. Shit, that might be... That sounds like a big brain theory. Somehow, like... You know, like, when people run, like, extension cords into other people's houses? Like, yeah, like that, but with gas.
In order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. When I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see?
A seal? Like, the sort of thing you put... Like the sort of thing you put on an envelope, you mean? Beeswax seal. So, like, on the soap? Wait. I don't know. You know what? Whatever. We'll get to that. Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either. So that would mean Mr. Shamspere somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it.
It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas you want without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
How did you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says,
"Get thee to a nunnery."
Hamlet indeed! Oh my god. Oh, I could just wring that bloke's neck. I get all hot on the collar, but still. Every time I open that flaming meter, it's empty! He's robbing me of my salary too. What's wrong with the world? Where is the justice?
But how can Mr. Shamspere possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. The simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice.
You are? Oh, good lord, eminently possible indeed.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Quinby. Wait, is her name Lady Quinby because it sounds like Queen Bee? Is that the pun here? I know Meter Man is duh, right? But Queen Bee, Queen Bee. Okay. But oh please, Lady Quinby, I'm a faithful worker, and besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you dock our pay by the same amount. So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken away from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war?
No, I'm not gonna stir up that hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished.
It would seem there's no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Pray, forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nepalese friend was clearly under.
Ugh.
I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in this very room.
According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume.
I know, it does seem that way. But the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked.
Oh,
It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected.
yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we?
I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps. But we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then, how has he been managing to steal their gas? Okay, let's examine the thing. It's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too.
So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately.
Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the kind of thing that Mr. Sholmes would...
You know you didn't finish that sentence. You know you didn't. What?
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Push the big red button on the boat.
Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Just here, there's a little hole, do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare?
Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. How the hell did you guys miss this whole huge-ass hole? There's no way.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside.
Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there.
That's true, but even so,
It seems more than a little suspicious. Okay. Fine-tooth comb. Yeah. What a bunch of liars. You know, you just glanced it over on a Sunday night and then went to your Monday meeting. Okay. Here.
Objection!
There's a hole! Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What?
Don't worry, I've been over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about this small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Hole? What?
You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. Meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a far thing through that.
Lady Altima. Sorry. I wonder if you can give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? What sort of details? Well, what I specifically like to know is how it's fuck. I didn't get to read! Read! Sure. How can the meter be dismantled?
Dismantled?
Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart.
Well, yes, that does make some sense.
Padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel, and the metal box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Oh yeah, nothing reached from the animal meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
I see.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. I wanted to know what the other one was. All joints on the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. No. That doesn't make sense. If you do, like, no. No, I'll just press the statement. Maybe it'll make more sense that way.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried?
Oh yeah, they tried. They've all given up before long.
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action.
Yes, that makes sense.
What do you think? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? It's wielded steel construction significant. Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on.
Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tactic. See, that's what I wanted to... Okay. I think how the meter differentiates coins. Yeah, delve deeper. That's what I was... Yeah. Because maybe he has the hole in the bottom so he can, like, put a stick through and then, like, push the coins back up or something like that. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit?
Ah, I see what you're getting at now.
Or is it a weight? Oh.
Meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see? Other coins just won't fit.
I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. Okay. Meter is designed for coins with exact areas. Nothing else.
Hold it!
Can't you fit a coin that's smaller? Huh? But conversely, then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness would could equally well be used. Would that be true? Oh, that's what the little wax thing was, wasn't it?
Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into
the weight comes into it in to a certain extent as well. We thought of that though. Anyway, if I find any fake coins inside a coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that. Us Gatsmen do live for them. Ha 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 ha. I get it now. I totally get it now. Okay, he uses something and puts it in the soap to mold it and then freeze it outside, right? And then he uses the frozen thingy-mabobber that has the same diameter and thickness and whatever as the coin, you know, uses it to pay for gas. And then, because it's on the inside, it'll melt. It'll melt through the hole and then drop to the floor. And that's why there's like, because before in this picture, there's like a wet puddle. Yeah, this wet puddle underneath this thing. So that's how he's been getting away with the gas. I think. That makes the most sense. Okay. It seemed that the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hooray for gas! Hooray for cash! All the way! It's quite enough of that. Remind me how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeter measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's conundrum we should be focusing on? I think you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different time. No. Leave it. Let's return to the testimony. Of course, my lord. As I was saying, ultimate meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated. Okay. So it's this one.
Objection!
No! What? What? But I'm so sure I'm right. Concentrate your effort on one contradiction at a time, Council. I made a bit of a mess of that. In a number of ways, actually. Oh my god. Is it not the soap? Eh? It's not the soap? What? What? Really?
Objection!
Oh wait, no, I didn't want to do that. No! No! Go back! I didn't want to do that! No! My life points, no! Okay, but that's the thing. So that contradiction or that objection was actually different from the one I got for the soap. The one I got for the soap... Here. Concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, Council. One contradiction at a time. See, but I put it in the medical report, which is like way off base, right? Right, and the words were different, so I think the soap is like the right
path, but I'm just not doing it correctly. So you should be able to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, Council. What? What? If it's not the soap, then what is it? Did I present it in the wrong place? That doesn't seem like that's right. It's only that place that's the most, right? Somehow using all the flame gas he wants without paying a penny. Not that, what is? No, that statement's fine. It's this one. What? What was the other statement that it can't be altered? Or it can't be taken apart, right? No, that's obviously not it. Because it can't be taken apart. Went through the evidence. Because I'm pretty sure it's the soap thing. He carves the thing in the soap that's the same size as the coin, freezes whatever the hell outside, right? So he gets like a frozen coin. He puts it inside, and then once inside and it's been paid, like the heat's been paid for, it'll melt, and then that creates the puddle down here, right? Poke through things, collect the soap. So I was thinking like maybe the envelope could be related, like, you know, like that one card trick that you can get through like locked doors, but it would be too flimsy for that card trick. I don't know. Let me safety save, actually. Wait, that's not it. This button. Oh, here. Let me save. I'll just put it here.
Objection!
Maybe it's, if it's the other, because you can switch the statement with the other statement saying that it can't be, like the thing can't be, altered or something, right? But saying that it can't be, saying that can be dismantled doesn't seem right. I guess we can switch it to that one and see if it works. All joints on the meter wheel is shut, and the lock is made of solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it.
Objection!
Being suspicious of that last statement. Sorry, Council, but I fail to see why. Well, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Narhold. Damn. It's the man merely dishing out penalties. not this either? Weird, cause... Okay, well, I gotta load. But... Maybe? But the thing is, we already got that statement from showing that there was a hole in it, right? I feel like it'd be kind of strange for you to then present the same evidence again. I don't know. Come on, Ace Attorney. If this is the case, I'm gonna be so disappointed in you.
Objection!
In a number of ways. Okay. So either all dreads and British Sutton, there's no way to dismantle it, or there's only one type of coin that can go in it, right? Give me a little while more before you look it up. Actually, I mean, if... I can go look it up too, by myself, instead. I'm so sure it's the coin, though, like, what? I mean, if I present everything, I'll eventually get it, am I right? The key cops! My armband! Yeah, the metal in the middle, you can put it inside. It can work as a coin.
Objection!
Fine, I'll look it up. I just don't want to go through all the evidence. I'll use my phone to do it. Okay, this is case 2. Trial day 1, right? Oh, I have to examine the soap again. Because if I examine the soap again, they'll be like, oh my god, you can put a coin in it. Okay, that's why. That's why it's not working. Because I didn't look at the soap again. So I was right in presenting the soap. Basically I knew what was going on, but Naruhodo and Susato had no clue. That's why. Oh, sorry. Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circle of depression inside, about 2 centimeters across.
Or 3/4 of an inch. Oh,
Do you think? We did find this soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 parts on that little edge outside the window, so we took this one.
but I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly.
Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Okay. Photograph. Yeah. Okay. Now I can present it.
Objection!
Oh my god. Let me just confirm something here. Jesus Christ. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, you picked the right thing, but not in the right way. Yeah. We found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something the same size as a threepenny bit?
What was it? The item in question is this! A bar of soap.
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap.
Oh no. Voice.
It certainly looks like a threepenny.
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm gonna have to point out exactly what I mean here. Which I shouldn't be have to do because we already examined this so many... Okay. Alright, right here. Oh my god, wait, I pressed A instead of X.
It's a perfect circle. I would say almost 3/4 of an inch in diameter.
Rather like something else we've been talking about recently, in fact.
Mr. Naruhodo, it's this part of the soap that you need to show the court.
Yes, I know, I just pressed the wrong button, Susato. You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Oh! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or, in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. It's gotta be the left corner. Get away!
Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Can we use Van Zeek's? Does Van Zeek has money, come on, can we take his...
Oh, thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits.
If the shoe fits.
Ta-da! My word! It couldn't be more snug!
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Almont Gas Company is being defrauded.
What? I don't believe it.
Oh wow, she is very B. So, your assertion amounts to what? I spent all that time looking at a bar of soap. That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? Yes! The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with the same force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you could use some, I don't know what voice he has, okay. And then you can use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time. There you go. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense.
If the man had been making fake coins, my worker he would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Oh, quite true, Lady Almont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Ugh, my voice is not... Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used, visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that's your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court as once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the methods be remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen?
The hole in the bottom.
Got it!
Got it! We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside. Where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found the soap.
Oh, I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice? Ice, baby.
Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing out ultimate gas. Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right. That's right, ma'am. Madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. I'm just telling you what he's doing. Why are you mad at me? Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I didn't notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been spewing gas is... the picture! This is a photograph of the scene at the point where the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime committed out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? Ta-da! Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. You would think you would get like something to catch the water and just toss it out. But I mean, usually people wouldn't notice, yeah. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly. It's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. the melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspear is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. Yeah, whatever that is. And right next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right.
It will appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap.
Aw man, we can always trust the judge to give the best answers. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he?
In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap. A meal of soap is sounding directly.
Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. He was eating the soap to extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious.
Bro. Lord Van Zeeks? Another bottle? I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake.
What is the meaning of this, Counsel?
He has to get some kind of penalty at one point for all the wasted alcohol. Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly do you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well... that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now, allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspear is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Ugh. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What? Oh, I just realized that, British Popeye's design is also very bee-like, because his bag is striped, and the blue scarf he has looks like wings. That's cool. Good design. Anyway,
Order! Well, Counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Narhada!
Yeah, it's very cool. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, just like Lord Van Zeeks is saying?
No, raise an objection.
No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What?
But, Counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspear to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of these so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely, wait, no! No! I know what I pressed! Why? That's the assertion. But oh man, shut up to the words. Well... who was this mysterious bird party council? I think it's a little too soon to be naming names, my lord. On the contrary, it's a little too late, much like your defense. God, I just pressed the wrong button. Oh, man. Mr. Shakespeare was trying to make more ice coins on that night in question. I really feel like that's a clue here. That's really pointing us towards something else. There's a okay. Was there another visitor? Yeah. Poison in the tea, no. Yeah. What if the victim did in fact have another visitor beside Mr. Natsume? That's your assertion. By all means, tell us who. Shit! Ah, yes, well... Fuck! Never mind! I'm wrong! What? How am I wrong? Okay, wait, I gotta... wait, the stakes are awkwardly high. Okay, save. Okay, wow, yeah, if you try all the answers, you'll eventually get to the right one. What do you mean, was there poison in the tea? How does that relate to the soap at all? He was saying that, oh, Mr. Shamspear was carving soap that night, right? Wait, he was trying to get the coins out of soap. What does that mean? It means that he wanted gas for a bit longer, right? Which means maybe there was another visitor. That's like what it's trying to imply, right? The fuck you mean poison in the tea? What do you mean? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that affected Mr. Shamspear was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
Victim has testified that nothing else passed his lip that night. There's no other possibility. And since there was no trace of tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. Oh, okay, so they're saying that the tea is in the coin? He used the tea to make the coin? And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Okay, since I have only one life, I'm gonna save every time. But I think it's the soap, right? He put the tea in the soap to make a coin.
Take that!
Good gracious. The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice?
Yes, that's right, my lord. It just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. So, more bars of soap being lined on the ledge outside the window. Yeah. I swear, if they do pull some shit like, you can't prove that it was actually tea in the soap because it melted away, I'm gonna cry. I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, it was actually a frozen coin in each bar. Oh wait, then maybe in the other bar there's still a frozen coin with tea, right? So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea!
What?
I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamsbury's room as a gift.
The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And as a result, never will I touch tea again, never! Right. It will freeze outside. Oh well, duh, cause it's winter. Water will freeze outside. What is this about?
Ah, yes, I believe there was a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamsbury having no running water to use. Oh! Oh, okay, so because he didn't have any water, he had to use the tea. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I was wondering too, it's like, why didn't he just use water? If he used the tea, that would incriminate him more. Okay. He's forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene.
That's right. We only borrowed one of them.
Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside of Mr. Shamsbury's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even one drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. Yes. And as such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture, by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine at all. Ugh, you smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
Fair enough, fair enough. Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord, understood! How the poison got into... Well, the idea is that there is no poison in tea at all, right? Because, basically, because Mr. Natsume brought the tea over, and he's saying he didn't add anything to the tea, so there shouldn't be any poison in it, right?
It would seem that we have no choice but to suspend these prisoners.
Oh, wait! Oh, we're gonna go on to investigation day 2? Oh, shit.
I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow.
Damn.
The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Wow. We managed to scrape through there, somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
proving innocence. Yeah, I don't know what he did. But it feels like it might be a Romeo and Juliet scenario where he took something to make it seem like he was dead. Or whatever. Save! Investigation. Okay. Should I continue? I mean, it's only 10. Maybe I should. Though it's technically been like... Oh. It's technically been like 5 hours. But no, you know what? No, it's fine. Poison or whatever that's meant to imitate that. Yeah! Like Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, right? Make it seem like he was dead. And then, but he's not actually dead, right? But he did that so that he can pin it on, Sotsuki, probably. So that he can get Sotsuki guilty. That's the theory, cause no guy who looks like that can be innocent. 22nd February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, we made it back in one piece. Just to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while.
Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages out on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Yeah, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you.
Oh, thank you.
Now your fervent exploits have wanted some more precious investigation time. Let's see what we can find with new clues for court tomorrow.
Yes, let's do that.
Is everything alright?
I suppose I still can't quite believe it. That's all. Oh, it was lagging a little bit, sorry. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoe. Kazuma! Oh wait. I also just realized that, I don't need this anymore. Should be Kazuma.
It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him.
Did I read Kazuma Naruto? Oh man, Ryunosuke is down. I don't know if he's down bad. He's just, man, he cannot get him out of his mind at all.
It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him.
Yeah, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him.
You're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. No doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if you were here with us.
Oh, thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Oh, how I wish it was just the three of them together. Man. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand.
I know.
Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well.
Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seems as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sotsuki-san poisoning the tea.
Careful your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. Sorry, my eye. There's more to this Mr. Shamsbeard than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving What? The hospital? Wait, was he the guy who's like, you shouldn't allow this guy to run around? Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Oh, never mind. St. Bartholomew's. Or Bart's, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Do we? Yes, we visited his- Oh, never mind, he is the guy. Okay. It's just the same hospital scene because we love reusing assets. Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah, yeah, after Sotsuki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful if you're phrasing Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sotsuki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. What next? So, we know that Sotsuki-san took the tea to the victim on the night in question. But he... Am I supposed to put the dealer's choice? Do you have something in mind? Because I can either... I have the wine, but I also have this. Here, I can do this since... I have this thing available and it's like shaky. It's jiggly. Sounds good. Oh boy.
But he isn't the culprit then, obviously. Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body?
I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that can help solve the mystery.
Well, naturally, Scotland Yard's detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt us. It couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea
Left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we can ask him about that. Okay. Kazuma Asogi. The best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise. You really saved my... You really saved my bacon? What? You really saved my bacon in that... What? You really... Okay, in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. Oh, it's the Kazuma theme. Oh, I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, the crazy idea he came up with. God, I miss him so much. It's a stowaway. Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. Now you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city is the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... Dots. One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Huh? He was gonna propose. I think he was gonna propose. No. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Oh, I know. You think about him constantly. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. That's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yeah, that's right. But... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. Thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. True intentions? Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? Oh, well, that surprised me. I didn't expect that to come out of the bottom of the screen. I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Okay, I think we're just... Because I'm pretty sure we covered this in the first game, too. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asobi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So, its name compels its wielders to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important I have to do? I hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I've not found a single clue. I see. Oh, wait. I think, yeah, I could definitely do that. It might be cut off by the screen, though. Hey, my badge. You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you? Well, it's what shows I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate. I'm not sure it really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid. I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. Often when the police stop me, I just show them this, and they leave me alone. You're stopped by the police? Often? Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner dressed in all black with a sword at my side. That's fair. I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it. And the armband. Yes, I made up my mind I'll carry them always. The symbol of who I am, and the sword Karuma. Oh man. Okay, let's go downstairs, I guess. 22nd February. Sholmes Suite.
Oh, Bruno, Susie! Hooray, you're back!
Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see.
I am, and you look immaculately presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me.
Well, you couldn't have come back at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, I don't know if I want to drink tea right now. What's that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last! Where on earth have the pair of you been? It's music. We've been in court. Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So, tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. The guilty verdict? Oh. Okay. I mean, like, I could probably do it for next year. I'll add a reminder for myself. Well, I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, but he knew your name, but he didn't seem to like you very much. Not quite what I asked, but still.
Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor?
Yeah, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. I was gonna make a joke. It's actually the pudding.
Oh dear.
Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Lord Beric von Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting, so bright, what he has, isn't it? Oh, it's an interesting nickname, I'm guessing. The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes. Please, we need to learn about Van Zeeks and Sholmes. It's very important. You can't die now, stream. Pick a better time. Alright, so... Oh, right. So saying, oh yes, he's the Reaper of the Bailey. And Susos is like, oh wait, that must mean that he probably kills them, right? He's like, no. Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever those incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived, when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people.
Oh, he's very- I mean...
Japanese people? With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeeks seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. I need water. Sorry.
Do you know anything? Do you know something about it?
Do you, Mr. Sholmes? Well, do you? It was about 10 years ago, that Barak von Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes! What happened? I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Why?
Oh, but
The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course. I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is the most deserving of your attention, I believe. Well, I mean, of course, right? So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Oh, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? Gatorade. My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. Powerade blue flavor. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. A tea is genuine?
oh my!
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. Oh. Also realized that the cogs at the top are gone. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris?
At the ready, Hurley.
Oh. But why do we need a test if the tea is genuine or not? We just need to know if there's poison, right? Oh, high stream elements. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off! Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It appeared that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? So you're just wasting tea.
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is nearly a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new area of science. In the world of criminal investigation, also.
Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times.
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation, along with my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative techniques is based. Oh boy. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Oh boy, where's the fingerprinting powder? So, your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is either of high or inferior quality. That's so specific though. Yeah, not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. which is partially why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in the field already. I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Huh? Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as in this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes.
As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Skin print. Isn't that a little... What? How? What? Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Reno. See you later.
Yes, until later. I love them doing the same pose. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You just said so a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. Music is... It feels like it's lagging. A little bit. Okay. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. So are you coming or not? I am making a solemn prayer to the skies. Please. Whatever god of justice there is. Apollo justice, please. Please grant me and my Wi-Fi the power to continue going, because this is very frustrating. I really want to finish this case, but I don't want to prolong it to become super long due to bad internet, and yeah. Please, internet gods, hear my words. I beg. I think it should be better now. Okay. Yeah, okay. Tonight, 19th. If it stops again, then I'll stop. Yeah. Yeah. If it stops again, then I will also stop. Because it seems like it's better now. It's more steady of a green. Justice can be served cold. No. We drink our justice right when it's hot. Okay. Thank you. February, St. Bartholomew Hospital. Recovery ward.
What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance.
Yeah, I hear angry voices? Uh-oh.
Be not angry, O Emperor Lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken, I thought you were looking at my painting. The eye of the man hath not heard, the ear of the man hath not seen.
I think you got him backwards there.
Was foul indeed the poison that mustached man gave it me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God have mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigour still. Behold my sham spear dance!
Ugh.
This looks rather ominous, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, Susanoo, did you just hear? He said he got the poison. Did you hear what he said? This is Juliet.
Hello, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence breatheth the sun. How now?
What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspeare?
Mary, I do believe I am returned onto another world. He was looking. That's what he was doing. He was looking at my terrible work. He's turned better, so dark you're clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
Oh, well, thank you.
But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? And on excellent.
Mr. Shamspeare might technically be the victim in this case. There's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. Well, yeah. I can't tell if this song. Well, I mean, it did make like a crack sound.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Miss Green, is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, okay, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
Can we talk to her more? Miss Green! So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yeah, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already.
What a terrible week it must have been for you. Sorry, I gotta change my headphone.
Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly.
It's okay if you don't. Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Okay, alright. Can we check? Does this have, like, names or no? Oh wait, no, we already checked this. We checked this again? No, I think he'll say the same thing. But I do feel like this is the guy who died in Sotsuki's room previously, right? Fake death, used it on his Juliet and the accident poisoned himself. His Juliet? So like, Miss Green? But Miss Green has been... Wait, But Miss Green was in the comatose because of the knife, though, right? That was her whole thing. I don't know how they're connected, though. She was the knife lady. It could be like a weird coincidence, because like a weird coincidence where like it wasn't deliberate, but it ended up kind of being Romeo Juliet-y anyway. Okay, let's just okay, here. February, Mr. Nutsmith's blockchains, ground floor. Oh, hello, Inspector Gregson.
What are you doing here?
Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually.
The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I noticed score.
Oh, yeah. One other thing? The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it?
Yeah, we found it alright.
And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it! It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it.
The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing.
Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here.
He appears so suddenly. Why does this look different? Or is it because there's no guy on the table? It looks different. Oh wait, no, he's gonna yell at us, is it? Or...
So it turns out that Mr. Shamspear wasn't eating the soup at all.
That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved.
Yes, to prize his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two.
It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. Ill-fated.
During their heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now that I think of it, I'm sure the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
That's fiction, Mr. Sato. Let's hope it stays that way. Yeah, that would be a really sad end if that happens. Juliet wins because Sotsuki was... Because they both each dressed up as Romeo and Juliet, with, Shamlock, Shamspear, Shamlock. Sherlock, I'm so sorry. No, Shamspear, being Romeo, and then, Sotsuki was Juliet. And then Sotsuki, like, tossed him. Yeah. So Juliet won. If you ran out of charge, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh.
That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change.
London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring.
That's true, we don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove.
Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there.
Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning.
It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it?
Mr. Shamspear must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose.
It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Before you click on you, sir, let's check this window. The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window.
Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap aside, can't you?
That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mr. Sato.
Only you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruto.
I think we checked the other stuff. Other than the people in this room. I'm sorry, I landed on your crotch, Gregson. I didn't mean it like that.
Are you looking for a new clues, Inspector?
On Lord Van Zeek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says.
Oh dear, poor you.
Yeah, poor me. Because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny of this place. Don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say.
Well, at least he's honest. Warm chips. I don't know if those will stay warm. If he keeps holding it. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? The power efficient chip. Sorry? Oh, what a question indeed! Is it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene?
Boy, what are you doing here, Sholmes?
What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Oh boy. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print sea cocoa. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try one. There. Now, spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? A little press of A on the area you're interested is all that's required. Like this! Oh, what is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most effective way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead and try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements in the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Oh boy. Wow. I can just spray at everything, right? Oh. Oh, wow. What the? Look, there are dozens of handprints here. Oh, look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. Sent a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against a wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all.
And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel.
Oh, very true, Miss Susato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. What the heck? Handprints for days. Ah, yes, of course. On the box. On the stage. clothes, of course. There's nothing on this wall, which is interesting. Down here? No. Ah, what? I guess I'll just keep spraying the entire room. Eventually find something weird, right? Though its coverage is pretty high. Okay, I'll get the ground. Oh! What the? Ew, oh, look at all this here! Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would tripped over though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
I think that's just something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yeah, there's no obvious explanation. Handprints. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean?
Oh, by the picture you mean?
Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment.
Is it that, like... Yeah. Can you take it off? What is it, Mrs. Sato?
Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards had popped out.
One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Miss Susato. So, what do we have in here?
Oi! What are you not doing?
Inspector Gregson. Don't worry about it.
Stand aside right this moment. It's my job to investigate there.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips while we dig around the floor here. Just shut up and eat your chips.
Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find.
It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I can lift a straw to having that.
No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate at once.
Oh, she stands on the box, yeah.
There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think of why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
Maybe he was practicing Kabuto, like, you know, if someone were to stand there and he did that, you know, that would be a wall slam, wouldn't it? Right? And if he was trying to be Romeo, I think that might be he was role study.
I really can't think of why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
Click. Or he wants to be ready. Yes, exactly. There you are, a print for you. Handprints on wall. Oh, okay. The perfect wall slam. So when it happens, you know, whoever he's wall slamming is like, oh my god, did you practice this? You're so good at this. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know!
So am I!
Oh, Gregson? Oh my god. Just show us. Oh my god. You know we're gonna click on him anyway. I'd love to know if there's anything underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson. Really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. E-Honda. 50 times in 10 seconds. Oh my god. I would, I don't think, romantic is the word there. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Ugh, I kill to know what's under the floorboard. You can just push him away. Alright then. Fair is fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you! Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, is that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There are 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Huh? Do we get to go through all of them? A newspaper clipping. Looks like this was cut out of the paper 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving up time in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headline down there in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got to him first. Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense? Oh, a man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work. Into burglaries and murder. They say that the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where. And now he's dead. Oh. What, so was what's his face? Was the fake Shakespeare trying to get rich? What? The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or such was the headline. Does it not strike you though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Okay. Photographic print. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Selden. Oh wait, it is the guy! Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Geardem, and the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Geardem's son, perhaps? Nah, he's the artist guy. Perhaps. You can take the print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. That's not the point. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspear himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garrett was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Maybe it's the... No, wait. No, because the artist guy, because that's the, you know, the person, the guy who died, right? But he lived in Sotsky room. I thought it was maybe his old room, and that's why it's under the floor. But no, he lived in Sotsky's room. So Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. Oh, what? Shamspear, give us a clue, man!
You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
Yeah, thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Oh, cat? What, Wakahai? Oh my god.
Oh, look! It's that lovely kitty cat! What was its name?
It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wakahai? You know, like, Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Oh. Cute little... Yeah! How did he get... I wonder how he got in here, clever cat.
Oh, wonderful! Well then, Wakahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man.
And a what? Oh! Whoa, what? Wow, this kitty's living large. Ah! Ah!
He couldn't be happier now. Look!
I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. I would cry if, like, the questions button came out. That was a cheeky little meow, Wakahai.
Oh, but he's so adorable! I can just sit and watch him forever!
I think he might not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Aww. Okay. I guess that's it for this area? My heart very nearly stopped when Mr. Shamspear suddenly sat up. Dun, 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 dun. Oh.
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back!
So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello! I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or hairlock shows. I don't know about courts, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Oh, you sound like my friend.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality!
I'm trying to. He already has, completely. So, what's your name then? As yet, I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality.
Yeah, totally understandable. Do you think you can open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? That is racist. No. I am not a cat.
It worked! He's back in the real world.
What's gonna become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My cursed soul is never gonna escape from this accursed fate!
Oh, Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes. Locum student Mr. Narhold Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. Okay. Morning's trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom, that was it was the most moving experience of my life! Locum student Mr. Narholdo Esquire! You're too kind.
Scotland Yard Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are now analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a sworn certainty.
Tell me,
did you both drink tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
and at the time, you were both completely fine.
As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Yeah, okay. That rotten Shamspeare. Whatever have I done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all. Right. What I don't understand is why he didn't just let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh, dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Why didn't he tell me about the way he was cheating? I could do that too. Of course I am. Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh, yeah. You said it's because the place is cursed, and that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me. Wait, so the painter was a capital offender? What? Was the painter that Selden got? What? No way. Wait, what? Capital offender? Might I ask, locum student, Mr. Norholdo Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. No, we're not gonna help you commit a crime. Okay, oh wait, I kinda wanna see this. Manchester stranger prison. Now it's the death of convicted murderer, the burglar Selden, by natural causes in early morning. Natural causes? So he was old? Suffering with fever. Oh, or he was sick. Okay. Alerted by the shots of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to help him. Find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay. Right. Indeed, those are handprints on the wall. And this one too. Oh, I guess he doesn't know. Oh, it's been too long since I've offered a present. I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Just kidding, he doesn't know. This one? Oh. So, what's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer. And the evil spirit behind the curse that affects my lodgings! What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another! A miserable mustached much maligned, what? Japanese man! Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Okay. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garrett's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right. Yes, exactly where I live now. In my very room.
Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of capital offense?
But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse, as you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in that room. The man who rented it, after Selden, in fact.
Oh, okay. So Selden was the guy who had the room, right? And then the painter guy rented it, and then he died. And now Sotsuki's renting it, right? Okay. That makes sense.
The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Oh, lack of breath. Okay, locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So, that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. Being unable to breathe, yes. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas?
I only found out after I signed the lease. When Mr. Garredev came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself from trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily, legal!
Luckily for Mr. Garredev, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. Now you believe this curse is affecting you?
It is. At first. I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and they try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
Oh, but why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible. Okay, so it's definitely the heater or something is broken. Something's broken and it's filling with gas, right? Which is making him struggle to breathe. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. You would think they would fix it before. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. It's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though.
Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garridub's rooms?
Are they all connected? I don't think there's anything else to present here, right? Okay. Let's go see Mr. Garridub. Second February, Mr. and Mrs. Garridub's room. So you're here, Mr. Garridub.
Quite valley business it is for me, you know? Getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging on the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss.
Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yeah.
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Well, at least he knows.
Makes you want to wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see. Also, I just realized, I mean, right now, if his lodgings are haunted, right? People would be like, oh yeah, I don't want to rent there, but like in the future, you'll get people like BuzzFeed Unsolved who are like, yeah, I want to go to places that are quote-unquote haunted and live there because I like the paranormal or something. I see. Yeah, stand up, sir. That'd be fun. Oh yeah, like a Halloween getaway.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh?
Okay. Your lodgings.
Some fishy fellow from the far east and a veiled actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that valley curse.
The convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, and the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead outside the street. Not to mention the actor yesterday. And am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? She's not dead.
Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Sherlock would be the one to sign up for the Halloween special.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of flames in your gas lamps up there.
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz, please be quiet. Heaven forgive me. The words just come to my lips. Your lodgers.
Some fishy fellow from the far east and a veiled actor chap of questionable character, eh?
There's no need for that, Mr. Garridub. We know who they are.
That's right. Mr. Natsume is no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yeah, the internet does seem to be better now. Oh no, shit, I said that too. Oh no. Maybe the curse from the internet is lifted. Yes, that's right. I asked an estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on, as so much as a cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Shakespeare been lodging under your roof?
Oh yeah, no problem. That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty to that regard? And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrido, if I might ask?
Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens.
Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shakespeare have some kind of connection then?
That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see? Some milady or other.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The active fellow.
Really?
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
Oh, flashback.
'Tis small, this will repair habit. Pretty landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shakespeare, do desire to take the room on the middle floor, offered a while for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. I already have a lodger there in the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine and on to thee.
Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's the ground floor or nothing.
Very well, we have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo, a Shakespeare dance to celebrate.
Do you think maybe he wanted the room that the convict was in? He wanted Sotsuki's room, right? But because it was already taken, he's been trying to kill the guy in that room, or not, well, kill in quotes, right? Get rid of him so that he can take the room downstairs, or no, in the middle. That's what he wanted, right? So he can take the previous guy's room because he thinks that maybe all the treasure is there. Is that what it is? I think that's very plausible.
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in areas with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrido. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. What? Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Why are you doing like the cat pose? Either the cat pose or Michael Jackson's Thriller. Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. Is it? I wish to divulge from my own learnings of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know? Perhaps you can turn your attention to more ad lines then? Okay. I have something to present to you, sir. This thing. Mr. Girardem, can I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan? Duncan? Okay, Duncan. Duncan Ross. The whitest name I've ever heard. I mean, a street photographer that happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really.
Was he here? Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Oh, oops. Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room. In mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about him? Okay, the lodger's death. Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap, was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind? Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with histories behind them. A history for cheap rent, maybe? Yeah. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out what the old trick of watching the gas lamps. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at that time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me it was... Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. And once we got inside, we all badly collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. The stove must have gone out when the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. So he did replace it. But it's still having issues, because Natsume is having the same thing. Yeah. But even after he had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. What? That's the bally curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Oh, that reminds me, actually. Yeah? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Oh, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? You're just gonna read someone's love letter? Wow, sure. To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes. No!
Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. It's gonna play on my mind. Gee, I wonder who it could be.
But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there's a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colorful darling. Olive Green. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside the house 5 days ago. Such a... Hold on. That's such a long line of everything. Is it just chance her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence?
Mr. Naruto, whatever could this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato? Your excuse is that you're a detective. If it was anyone else, it would be invasion of privacy. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to go to Miss Green, right? "22nd of February, St. Bartholomew Hospital Recovery Ward.
Mr. Naruto, I just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves— Ah! What is it? Oh, there she is. What did she do? Eh? Miss Green! What? 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 What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back.
One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor said I could be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's alright.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can coax something out of her. I have a feeling we're gonna do the Sherlock's investigative special with the bottle. Or not. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh, yes. I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. That's for sure. Okay, we gotta show her the thing. The thing! Wait, we don't have the letter. Okay, well, but we do have this. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? No, Miss Green? Oh. Pink? Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did.
Oh, Miss Green, are you alright?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing letters when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
And that's what led him to Mr. Ghirardelli's.
Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened.
We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green.
Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose.
Where's Miss Green? She looks so desperately sad. I was starting to think that was just her look. Ryunosuke! But now, I can see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I mean, she did, like, get stabbed with a knife. Come on, Ryunosuke.
I do believe you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo. He spins in. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time.
Mr. Sholmes, what's this about?
Something which occurred to me with some regularity, Miss Susato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So, let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
Okay, so, so we found out, right, that- oh wait, I didn't mean to present it to her again. So we found out that, the guy with, Mr. Garridev in that photo is a dude called Duncan... Wait, no, it's Duncan Ross. That's his name. Yeah. And so Duncan Ross was, Miss Green's, lover, partner. Like, they were about to get married, right? But he was the guy who was renting the place before Sotsuki, so he's the guy who died of, quote, mysterious circumstances, right? So the timeline is basically, Selden had the Sotsuki's, rented Sotsuki's place, right? So he was there first, and then he got convicted for whatever and killed, right? And then Duncan moved in, and then I think, and then what's his name? And then Shamisphere moved in, but he wanted the floor that Sotsuki, he wanted the room that Duncan was currently living in, right? But then Mr. Garridev was like, oh no, that room's taken by someone, you have to choose the other room, right? And he's like, okay, fine, right? And then after Duncan dies, immediately Sotsuki takes the room, right? And he dies because of, yeah, gas poisoning, that's what it was. So basically, what was it, like, during nighttime, in winter, when the heat's on, like, the stove, somehow, something breaks, and the room fills with gas, right? Oh, I didn't know she was here. What? Couldn't be. Yeah, see, okay. Yeah. And so now we're talking to Miss Green about her lost partner, and it looked like she was gonna do something very shady because of this very pink thing. Oh my god! The rat died! I think she was about to commit unalive. Because she was about to drink the blue bottle full of a bright pink liquid, which is never good. The mouse seems to be dead, look. I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps I drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle.
But that's
the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think... Oh, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor. I thought we were gonna dance, but I don't know if we are gonna do it. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died.
Ah.
I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently.
It's okay, Susato, you don't have... Okay. Oh, no, she's just gonna throw it out. I thought she was gonna try to heal it. I don't... whatever. Sorry. Miss Green. Were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? Take your own life? Once we left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison?
No! Miss Green, please talk to us.
It's also the... wait. Before we talk. It's also the letter that came with it, I think. Probably from Shamspear. Definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yeah. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
Converse. Unalive. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight's been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital law, when the doctor comes in to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, I might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, it's all my fault. What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection?
No, none.
It's the other half of the envelope! Wait. No, wait. Wait. Why is it doing... what is it doing here, though? Yeah.
Neither the sender's name or address appeared to be written on the envelope or card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident. Is this the same envelope? No, it's gotta be the same envelope as the piece of scrap we found, right? Because it's ripped in the same way. Because I was... But it came to her house, right? It got mailed to her. How did it end up in the other person's... in Shamspear's room? What? Information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. So that's why she's here, right? Because at the very beginning, Sherlock was like, like, you live very far away and your school is also pretty far away. Why are you all the way over here in Briar Road? Oh, wait a minute, the 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garrideb's house is on.
Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed that day when I was struck in the back by the knife. I was actually on my way to Slug and Salad.
Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yeah, I'm sorry to have to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, and don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how this all made me feel.
Leaving Miss Green in St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we have reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo? Did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Garrideb's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feelings, anyway.
Can't help wondering about the results of the analysis.
Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not?
Well, I feel that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper. Oh my god.
Oh dear.
Wow. Yeah, Baron Van Zieks. Baroque Van Zieks. Baron. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're gonna come?
Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, home, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Sotsuki-san had battled long and hard with the loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn, for all of us. Whoa! Okay, the trial! Save, 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 save. Also, I'm gonna step away for just a second because I need to go to the bathroom. Okay. So before I had said, oh yeah, the stream's probably just gonna be 5 hours long. Like the last case too. I don't think it's only 5 hours. Or maybe it is. Nah. The chopped up, it's probably longer. Yes, it was very productive. Oh no, he's catting again.
This isn't the Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. Tis to the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything.
And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Mr. Seto. Suffering, Sosuke, selfishly sidelined. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that maybe you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me.
And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example. Oh, yeah, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet.
Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright.
But
see, Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clever message, I think. That he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me.
Well, your legal representative, or defendant. Not bad. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately.
Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. Yeah. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Sotsuki-san's curse. Herlock comes and he makes the curse worse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the end. That's all. Hell yeah. Believe! Believe in your client! Believe!
23rd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by a lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
The same people, right? Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words. I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is system just right. You're saying the same things. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please, be as ruthless as you... Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all.
Look, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Ranjit, what can you tell us?
2, 3. No, jury 3. If you want to share anything, please don't. Keep it to yourself and in your pants.
Prosecution's report, please. Report. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday, regarding the defense's tea.
Oh yeah. So he does have the results. Oh, wrong thing. Yes. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black guard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor liquid of a more Q. In fact, I'll refer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir.
Oh, oops. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night.
Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you were right. It is whiskey. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all.
In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! I just realized I get them in the same voice.
As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sotsuki Natsume, is blameless. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in a few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Control.
I thought he said that. I thought the autopsy said that he just needed a tiny drop. Small quantity of strychnine. Small quantity. Ugh. Come on, Van Zeeks, can you read?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Control.
Exactly. Unfit for drinking. Just as the victim's tea on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Okay, well, good luck, Van Zeeks. I don't see you winning this one. Another chalice is gone. Another 500 bucks, or pounds, or whatever.
Very well, I will uphold that prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspeare. Yeah, it sounds like we're gonna have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the man. Stand. And yes.
Oh god. I hate this like penguin nosedive he does. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, did you command me to remember? But forsooth 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in wine innocence.
Yes, but it was revealed in yesterday's proceedings that the witness is not as innocent as you perhaps first have been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile, and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of sweet fuel given.
That's right. Fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about ice coins and tidy secret, huh? Didn't you? You should have opened up sooner. I could have used those. I need money to.
Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, lady.
Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further my own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure.
If you're acknowledging your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
Cowards die many times before their death, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of the farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
I did not understand a single word you said. No. But there is no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is the poison apparently entered your body, though none of it was found in the tea.
Witness testimony. The tea inconsistency.
Japanese man did come to my chamber with. Japanese man did come to my chamber with.
Oh my god. What the? That was not what I expected my voice to do.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with the tea brewed in a pot. Was my cup alone, and that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison, whilst by feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. Then he departed by and by. I used the tea, that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus,
There's a sound effect there.
thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soup. Soap, not soup.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience.
Right. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
Yeah, have you ever seen Emperor's New Groove? But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused hands. Ugh.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of chaos.
But, listen. Imagine his voice gets all deep for a sec. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
Therefore would I lie. Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well,
I do declare. Oh my god, are you kidding me? How is the jury so easily convinced? Why is the jury stupid? Why are we hiring the same people? Can we fix that?
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Tea inconsistency. Deputy's man did come to my chamber with the tea brewed in a
Hold it!
Okay. I understand that you are already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is this correct?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee? Or know thee not? Methinks this is all I can methinks 'tis all I can know that thy destiny mingles with mine.
This is true. The day laborer just wants to go. He just wants to go home. You lost me at the first D.
Sounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue before thou turns thy hand to lawyering.
I did. But I must have missed the archaic is Elizabethan lecture. I can words.
Verily and in truth, 'twas a fine favourite brew. There a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, there, friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shakespeare. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
Either that, or I'm in worse form.
That fated evening after I did dine at Grubbery's, a local LA house of good report, I not did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly
Hold
posed
it!
wicked poison. Okay. Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea?
To have witnessed the act, then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool.
Are you not?
Quite so, quite so.
But no one likes going thirsty, do they?
Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice?
Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right, no ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. remind the court, Mr. Shamspear, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. While feigning detraction or debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips.
Okay.
But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget that the defendant's maxim: drink tea while it's hot. I did go for the poisoned cup that night, and in my agony I did writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea.
An upset cup was found at the table that the victim was slumped over. There's no contradiction here.
It's true, there was no tea left in either cup when we found them at the sea. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably the teacups we have to present here.
No, I'm not sure that's it.
Thank you, witness. Now, reiterate for the court. What is it that occupied you after your guest has left, but before you drink your tea?
When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that he made in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right?
To cheat, or not, or to die. 'Tis life's only choice.
Yeah, no.
Faith, to cheat what? Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse?
No, I don't. And be very sure, sir, once this trial's over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task.
I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldest thou with this pitiful player?
Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you, starting from the shoddy shirt on your back.
Ooh. 'Tis time for a Shamspear dance.
What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy.
Consider that a warning, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shamspear, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago.
Can this guy just say yes or no? Like, oh my god.
Thus, 'tis no surprise that the poison not be found in the tea I did pour in the mouth. Blah, 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 blah.
If, having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time.
Once ensnared by literary debate, naught else be found in the furrows of the mind.
Debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who was stronger of the two?
Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow.
I don't remember debates like that when I was studying.
Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea while it was hot that evening?
My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought a tepid be.
Ah yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there's no poison substance in this tea. That should be hugely in our favor. The atmosphere in this courtroom today...
It feels as though everyone is against us, Mr. Naruhodo.
Must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Okay, so it's the one... this one.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible.
How, Chop Logic? What is this, ye darkly clad fiend?
The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof.
Oh, incontrovertible?
What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here. There's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough.
Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves the tea in the cup for a while.
Like... yes. I'm pretty sure she did. No, yeah, she did. Of course she did. Here's to hoping that we see it again in the future. Please.
Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right! It's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After several hours, the tea was left standing.
But,
In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court.
Get thee doing that,
Objection!
Yeah. As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. So you might want to keep that information to yourself. You might want to cut back on the wine there. Never mind, he's going for another. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. Oh, is he trying to William Shamspear? Oh my god. Really, Fanzeeks? This is your argument?
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated that you made coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Oh my god.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What? You got me, Kiri.
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fetta's cup, but lo,
I thought it was LOL. My eyes are bad.
But lo, when I looked, 'twas empty, and thus I did use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? How are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. Show us evidence. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, poison was put into the victim's teacup only, and secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court.
The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words... Oh, yeah, take it off. Inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No!
What does this mean then?
I do declare, it means there's no issue with the ghastly's testimony.
Oh my god.
Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose backbeat stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake my favorites. Broth as would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called salad.
What? As insalubrious a meal as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will forgive us some faults to make us men. Willingly I would suffer what punishment to see fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray you wise and noble fellows, never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another.
Oh my god.
Jurors, all your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
My lord! Sasuke? Oh no. God, are we gonna have to do the summation examination? Oh, of course we are gonna have to do the summation examination.
If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
By me?
I do declare you may be right.
We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says he's stealing. If he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up to the garden path, that's what he's been doing.
I really never said anything like that.
But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No! You can't yet.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
This is so, like, I know it's a game and we're supposed to have, like, the world crashing down on us as we solve mysteries, but, like, come on, like, what? Like, the whole argument here is based on the fact that there was still tea in the teapot that he used for the coins. Right? Which isn't, like, there's no, like, if I were to say something like that, they would be like, where's your evidence that there was tea in the teapot at that time? Right? Like, we didn't see anything like that, and the judge was like, okay, that's fine. And everyone on the jury was like, oh, that's cool. That totally makes sense. Wow, this guy's great. Oh my god, I'm gonna strangle someone. You know what time? Yeah, oh yeah, it's summation examination time. My favorite time.
Oh, happy day.
Do not shake your hips at me. How is this happening? I don't know. I really wish I knew the answer to that, Naruhodo. My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Very well, the court upholds the defendant's right.
Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. More like the prosecution doesn't need to present evidence.
This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
I'm a man of logic, me. If you're a man of logic, why the fuck did you answer guilty? Sorry. I'm a man of logic, me. And having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that the gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gases. What? Half of these are about gas.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up to me is a little sketchy at times. Oh my god. This guy's relationship gonna be okay. If nothing ever passed the victim's lips that night, there is no other explanation, is there?
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really shouldn't. Yeah.
The truth is, our counter-argument isn't as unsaleable as we hoped. If Mr. Shamsphere was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsphere was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly.
But that's surely almost as impossible at this stage. Oh, almost impossible at this stage.
If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume
will be found guilty. How he was poisoned. Oh god. Okay.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
How he was poisoned. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'm a man of logic, me, and blah 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 blah.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? You fucking sure? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. What? Half of the evidence is not! It says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only we had that kind of evidence. Oh cool. Thank you for your hard work.
Don't worry, this summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. What do we have, by the way, again? Oh, okay. We just got, like, some photos and stuff. Alright.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive, blah 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 blah.
This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think about the injustice. Air is gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
But this isn't the time or place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Yes, madam? It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price of our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up.
Oh, what a beastly man! That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. But anyway, I quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Gosh, she sucks. Stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal.
Hold it!
Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas? Do you think so? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Oh! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all. Yeah, lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you at our company's legal representative. Oh shit. Yunosuke, you got a job. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had my best experience with gas companies in the past. Gas doesn't come from free, it comes from fortune to deliver it. Yeah.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, ma'am. Nevertheless, the theft on your gas is deplorable. In a fort top. I was trying to avoid the fart joke. My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know? More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Oh, thank you. No. We generate gas. We deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it's possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. Maybe the thing you said before at the very beginning, where it's like, maybe Shamspear was stealing Sotsuki's gas, right? But instead it's the other way around. But he messed with the pipes in Sotsuki's room, and that's why there's that curse where it's where the heater fails and the room fills with gas and all that. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft! Water. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies have been up to its tricks. Hello, sir.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little wild about it recently, you know? Oh, you see? Go on. An ultimate gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. Yeah, right? Yeah, like he's messing with the gas, most definitely. Sorry, I'm moving. Okay. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he said? Oh, do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. Oh, what? What do you think you're doing, young man? You were giving away our company's secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. Oh, that's what he was doing with the thing, with the picture on the wall. Where is it? This thing. He was blowing into the gas thing to pass out, to poison himself or whatever. That's how he was, yeah. Like, yeah. That's why his hands would be there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh please, everybody knows. It was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe would flicker for a moment. Maybe he wasn't poisoned on purpose. Like it happened accidentally because he was trying to do that pipe thing. I don't know. Anyway.
No, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down on the pipe with all his might. You can guess what happened, can't you?
Well, if he blew hard, then...
Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house.
What a disaster.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew so hard, so the flames went out.
I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow.
Are you trying to kill us all? I said.
Are you trying? Yeah. Are you realizing it, Ryunosuke? The curse of Sotsuke's room. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then, when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yeah, this is almost certainly the clue we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind.
Well, I do! That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to...
Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well, juror number 3. You will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Okay. Blow too hard in your gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble. When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all.
That's true of every building, because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties.
Well, I had no idea it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe.
It's not something that we'd like to publicize, to be honest. We have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Indeed. Has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even.
Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading someone to death.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences. Gas doesn't come for free, right?
Hold it!
The tea. You mean it's poison?
That's right. I happened a tiny few times now.
What?
It's most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. Doing what? She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god awful, believe you me? Salty as hell! Salt. Oh my god.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So she didn't care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Is this guy ever gonna be okay? Let's move on, please. Nothing else passed on the victim's list that night, just no knowledge. Okay. Does that mean if the victim could only be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning?
Sorry? What's that now?
Oh, I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on that night.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Have you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here.
Compared to the other jurors, who don't even appear to have said anything about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
I suppose. The trouble is...
Yes, selective hearing.
Exactly. But still, the juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Ugh. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. Shamspeare. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's tea.
Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen.
Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten.
Oh, like what?
It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course.
Okay, yeah, right. Once again, Sosuke-san's face, it's entirely in my hands here. Probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. So perhaps I ought to listen to Susan. No, I don't need refreshment. No, I just wanted to. Oh well. Oh, this is what I get. Alright, I've got it. Press and if something is on, slide the marker with that to see if okay, yes. Thank you, Susato. Alright. Okay, so, wait, so there's this thing. Wait, actually, before I do this, let me save. Let me save. Okay, so I'm gonna put this. Blow through on the gas pipe, then you extinguish everything in the house. Or I can pit these two women together, but I don't think that will help us at all. So this.
Objection!
Oh, yes! Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, Counsel?
Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling something about something or another.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something beside Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lip on the night in question.
What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there are any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard had enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
What a piece of work! Is a man.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Shakespeare? Please be quiet until the summation examination is over.
What speakest thou? Really, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir.
Anyway, ignoring that guy, I thought I'd be quite clear, but let me put it in another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good lord!
Hey, tasty then, gas pipes. This is what he's trying. Bruh!
Always the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas.
Perhaps. No actress could perform a kiss scene with him. Oh my god. Bro, no chill.
For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy.
I assure you, I'm not a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
There goes another $500. This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. The fraud, yeah. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, you would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. Stop! Another 500. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say. It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shakespeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shakespeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you got our attention, lad. Well, I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So we're gonna present Sherlock's photograph again, and then they're gonna do that thing where it's like, yeah, but it's like Sherlock's scientific invention, so we can't really count it, because Scotland Yard is not actually using that in their investigations, you know, so who knows what kind of weird indie type shit he's doing. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that, time and time again, Mr. Shakespeare stood in front of his gas lamp.
Take that!
What the? These are... wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin print council? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sherlock fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs is quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints seem to appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are. You would find yourself directly in front of... Oh! I don't believe it! The gas lamp! Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right. What have you been up to, you nut?
I asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement... What, me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and the gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, the incident was an accident. However, this simple fact is... if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in this room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Oh, crikey!
Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
Yeah, okay, fancy. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during the summation examination. Well, you sure didn't do that earlier. I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? The curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as a form of usable evidence in this case. Wow, who would have thunk it? Wow, yes, okay.
But it's exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective.
It's nothing. Yeah. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Ugh. Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Hold it!
Please, my lord, if I may. Miss Susato? It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Ooh, Susato, you're so smart, I love you.
And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
Fuck yeah. Oh, you're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide.
Juror number 3! Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigations results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about these shady handprints.
Let's go!
That's why. So last time when we did this and the same thing happened was like, oh yeah, you know, Sherlock Holmes invented that thing. We can't trust it, right? Susato wasn't with us then. It was Iris. So Susato literally saved our lives by being a Sherlock Holmes fan. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
No, wait! You heard his lordship? It's not fair to... Let's go. One more person, come on.
Oh, well done. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
It was more you though, Susato.
If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Susato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Why, Mr. Shansbury? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well.
Oh, very well. Continue, Counsel.
I have to continue? I thought... Okay. Okay. Oh, shoot. What was... Maybe I press this lady again? Other gas companies.
We generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody's questioning that. It's simply a gas company.
But there are other uns
Companies. Oh, right. We did read this. Who steal the gas by changing the pipes, right? Okay.
whether or not one of these Davies companies had been up to its tricks.
I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable.
It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know? Very difficult indeed.
Thank you, that will do. Clearly, this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already. Digressed rather too much.
I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. Oh my god. To your new career in nothingness. Thank you so much. You could at least say farts.
You will turn your attention to next year's assertion, please, Counsel.
Right now it's like, it's only these three, right? Truth be told, my wife... No... Gas doesn't come for free. And this one.
Hold it!
All the evidence you say. That's right. And no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man with the big mustache. It's the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspeare had indeed put his mouth on the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's plain on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides... Yes? Even if the fellow had been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans in the night in question, does it? Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
Oh, come on, lady. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. Bro. Wait, no, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time you prove your theory. You and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave your nationality out of this, please.
Mr. Haruhara, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I have testimony. We can say that because, Sotsuki saw like the stove go out. Yeah, there's no evidence that proves that. Testimony? No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. Oh, what's that? Testimony?
This is incredible. Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in Girabev's residence that night, namely Sotsuki Natsume. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Sotsuki Natsume himself. Oh, the defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings, there's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. Before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. Yeah. There's a bug on my screen. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Oh, good golly! So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Hold your horses, dear. What would he do that for? Mr. Foreman! What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst the doubts remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree, there's more to this case than meets the eye. Oh. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Let's go! There we go. Oh, okay. This forger is leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has conducted with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 call for not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Let's go. Let's go. Mr. William Shamspeare. Oh, my lord! God. Oh, we're back. Oh no, I'm so sorry about this guy and everything. My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee? What you say in your response to the various revelations made during the summation examination.
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
Well, your handprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Jury number 5. Who, me? as I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in the British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponi's friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wits to imagine that even if poison were to be spread on the pipe, or were to have spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I can talk. Ugh, I didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
Oh. I've been waiting for this. There's only one possibility I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Oh. Don't choke on your spit.
Order, counsel! Seriously, whose life do you propose the man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of... Sotsuki Natsume. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit, it's pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Gerdev, the landlord, has a large fireplace in this part of the residence, on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Oh, good gracious!
Hell yeah, I get it. Tell him, Ryunosuke. Oh. The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question then arises, is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Oh my god.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were aware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how can anyone have known Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? You mean to suggest... Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. Oh, what? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Sotsuki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. I feel like Popeye was like... I don't think Popeye's coming back. Popeye was just a gas guy, right? If, like... I don't know. The current working theory in my mind is that, because he blew on the pipes so many times, right? He ended up, like, inhaling, like, a bit of gas every time. And because of that, that's what caused him to keel over and be poisoned. But I don't know if that works, like, scientifically, so... He's saying there's poison on the pipe, but I don't know about that. Defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now a clear motive for the poisoning has become successfully established. That suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? That is true. Well, I mean, in the end, they revealed that the whole, like the gas stove, and like not working, and then the heater breaking, like that whole thing that keeps happening to Natsume every night, is because this guy blows into the pipe, right? So no one needs to mess with the pipes, because just by blowing into it, you would be able to do the thing. How would... Water. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond! Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leaning against us again. We'll have to do 2 summation examinations in a row! And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So you must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. Maybe, do you think maybe Popeye would put poison on there? But he has to know that Mr. Shamspeare would blow into pipes. You mean, name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. Oh god. As it happens. One possible culprit does come to mind. Oh no. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, save. Evidence. The poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. Okay. Prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Don't you worry. We know exactly what. Hell yeah! Go you! There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime. Oh, the true culprit? Term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. Why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? Okay, let me actually save here, so it's closer. And I think I think have an idea as to who, maybe. Okay. I have a sneaking suspicion. That it's olive green. I think it's olive green. No, wait. Cause, okay. If it's olive green, right? It would be because the other half of the, like, the little piece of paper for the letter was found in his room, right? Little piece of the letter was found in his room. He is the guy who very likely killed her then lover, boyfriend, right? What's his name again? I forgot. I keep forgetting. Oh, but Shamspear. Shamspear is probably the guy who killed Olive Green's boyfriend, right? By blowing into the pipes. Because he wanted to get the room that her boyfriend was in because he thinks it's probably full of riches, like underground or something. Because of the guy who died before, who was, what is his name? Seldom or whatever? Yeah. Right? Like, she would have a motive to kill this guy because this guy literally killed her boyfriend. I don't know. Because it's so out, like, it feels disconnected, but it's not really disconnected. It's either olive green or it's just Shamspear himself. Like, yeah.
Take that!
The other person responsible for the poison that affected Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Consul, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green. The woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of the stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Nosame was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, my voice is dying. Oh, of course, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I heard she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in the hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that incident occurred. Oh! You mean to say that she put it there before she got hit with the knife then? On the night incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital unconscious. So, on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Oh, good gracious, she had poison! And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspear. My lord, play, what did I be doing? Why did you turn different race? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least not by name. Are you sure? I don't think that's the face of someone who's telling the truth. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend farce through its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well. I grant a request. Excellent. I hope. Defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Thank you. Wow, the judge is like the only smart character here. And that's saying a lot. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. It's probably her, right? Man, that sure do be pretty wild. 23rd February, 11:32 a.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. By the way, since it's getting kind of late, if you do need to go to bed, like, don't worry. Like, go. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume! I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Narhol Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Oh. The change in music. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Hairlock Sholmes. May ye drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent.
Mr. Sholmes, you came! How wonderful!
Poses for everyone. Yeah. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes! And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I quarreled. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answers came to me at once. It was so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? So he stayed up late because of rambling. Okay. Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted, and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. Oh wait, yeah, that would be a good dance battle between, Natsume, or, Sotsuki and Hairlock Sholmes, right? What others presuppose I prove my experimentation? That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Oh yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Oh. Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnium. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course, under such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Alright, time to take a look. Take a lick. Before you have a word, I'm gonna lick the bottle. Give me a sec. Wow, there is... So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine 9. There's a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here, look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Oh, of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. Okay, no! No! Even if we lose the trial! No! We mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo! Make your mind up, Susato-san. Oh my god. Anyway. Can I have a word? Oh. Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Oh no, the music left too. Wait a minute, Inspector! I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the looks of your face, I say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? A man by the name of, yes, Selden. I went through the archives of the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Okay. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Coolio. Let's see. 16 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison, his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. Though the estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains uncovered. Natural causes. Manchester's announced. Okay. Announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with a fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmates, medical staff arrived to help him, to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay. Okay. Why are you guys giving me a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, an inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. No, it's just a recess. This should be the last part, I'm pretty sure. Judging by how everything is going. Because we've already named the culprit, right? A shining diamond in the rough, maybe? Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for defense, and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make way to your courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. It's okay if you sleep. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally. So, best of luck to you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. Let's go. Let's go. really have saved Sosuke-san. Until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Yes, you can do it, Ryunosuke. Believe. Believe in yourself, Ryunosuke.
Ready for February 12:30 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious is Eastern Shores. I'm gonna save that. Thank you, Ryunosuke, no, for that backhanded consideration.
Rather cold assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness in.
Okay. Oh, what is she? Why is there a canvas here? Witness, state your name and occupations for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can only say
I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist, but no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited image as she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words. Van Zeeks, please, you sound like my mom. What a coterie?
Mr. Shakespeare.
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part of you you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Mr. Green.
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. So I was poisoned by this... he said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live.
Really, I knew not that I prickly pea-pigmented personage.
Very well, let's proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I don't know why she's changing accent. I barely ever go to East End Epic anyway. It so happens I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in a hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside of the Garrett household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife. Through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
At this point in time, All that appears to connect you to Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago, you mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
Oh boy, okay.
It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking around in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Isn't that gonna make your face dirty?
Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the man in this case had their lodgings. I was at the tavern.
I don't know what.
I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I had been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Yes, a second incident inside a week, and what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume that this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say that you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
It was the following morning when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of law make on the floor of mine.
When Sotsuki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but abstinence. It's true, it doesn't seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Not really, because there's probably more testimony after this.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
Oh, yes, my lord! Ta-da!
It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking on the snow and I was really seven.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it was a bad dream that ended with your awakening, and now should be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking down the pavement.
Coincidentally, you happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have been lost.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend. What is it called?
Yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene of the underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Where, it's because, yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbly look of that part of town.
Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. Yeah, well, we've established, right? It's the letter. She told us before. And you, Mr. Shamspear, on the evening of this incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
It would be my pleasure, sir. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the Slug and Salad at it where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
Shit, I don't have the letter she had. But didn't her letter say to meet at a place? Was it Slug and Salad or was it something else? Because maybe he was at the tavern in which her letter told to meet or something. Like he was the one who sent the letter or something. I don't know. You can DM either one. I'll find it anyway. Choose the one. Choose whatever is more convenient. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. Ooh.
It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water, in different levels of cloudiness.
What the hell? I would have expected grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Okay. I think the one that Miss Green had in her letter was grubbery then. Then maybe he said, oh yes, sword. Maybe he said, sorry, I can't, this is, multitasking is not my strong suit. It's a PNG small? What's a PNG small? Can I change this to PNG? Oh, it worked? Oh, yes, there we go. Too many things on my screen. Okay. Where am I? Oh no. Here. I need to find the place where it is. wait, where? Here. Okay, give me a sec. No, it's okay. I got it. I converted it. It is now a PNG. Do not worry. Just took me a sec. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Alright. Let me get this. Oh wait. See, it's a bit small, right? But I think it'll work if I can wait. Trying to figure out what's the best place to put this. I can put it with the wine on this side. I was gonna stick it on my head, but then it wasn't quite right. Well, not if you trust the process, good sir. Where am I? Here. Move this up a bit. Yeah. Well, there. It's in the glass of wine. I was gonna put it on my head, but it didn't really fit nicely. But this is good. It's not that pixely either. Now, Kazuma is with me always! Yes! Oh my god. Thank you for this. Oh my god. Oh. Kenzi's like, where'd you get that sword? Arrest him. I would have expected grubberies in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your meals. Watery soup and mushy peas. Or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing.
I just wanted some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be? I mean, have you heard of Voss water or Fiji water? Apparently it's different.
Or perhaps there was a more plausible explanation? A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspear's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. We don't have the letter. That's what I was thinking. The letter, we don't have that. We have the torn off end of the envelope, but I don't think that's... Well, No, wait. Let me save. Let me save. Is that evidence? Mr. Shamspear.
Yes, sir.
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason?
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speak.
Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Oh no. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely, I don't think this is gonna work.
Take that!
Oh, good Horatio, there are more things in heaven and earth than the brain.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't work. Horatio.
I believe it's a line from a Shakespeare play, Hamlet, Mr. Naruhodo.
Be it a line from the great Shakespeare or from this, Mr. Shakespeare, the message is the same. My learned Nipponese friend is wide of the mark. Hardly surprising given this witness's obtuse literary quotes.
I do wonder if there isn't perhaps some evidence that will explain why
It was the slug and salad he visited. If there isn't, perhaps? Okay.
Gladly I would do by bidding Horatio.
Okay. I have 4 points. I can probably make it. I don't have to reload, right? Okay.
It was the first time I've been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
Hold it!
Press. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing really. It was nothing. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Do you think we're idiots? It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
What does that matter? It has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Shakespeare, do you have something to share with the court?
To be or not to be? That is the question. Pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with a narrow thought.
Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Nay, sir, 'twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? It's great.
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card I was mentioned before, containing a note. Do you have it in your person? Haha, yes, give it to us.
I do, yes. I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, actually.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Yeah. It seems to have been ripped open rather strongly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Yeah. Of course. That's what links Mr. Shakespeare to Mix and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross! Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Okay, so now we have the letter, we can go back to this other thing. Anyways, administrative blah blah blah.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours.
Exactly. So how could I have anything to do with it? And yet, you still hold me in here to court like this, honestly.
So, at the time of poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? Hey, I mean, if a guy can poison someone from prison...
And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit?
I mean,
But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see some evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. Don't talk evidence to me, you. I'm working on it.
Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final.
We're really up against a wall here.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there.
Yeah, right? But I mean, she's always sweating, isn't she?
It worked out well, hasn't it?
It worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere.
Well, as you managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that.
Fine. Summation examination. Oh yeah, for a third time. Ah, yes, of course. Yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Actually, wait. Would it be the third time? Oh, whatever.
It was 6 days ago. It was about 5 p.m.
Oh, wait, okay. I need to go hit this guy. Okay, so wait, let me just check this again. Oh wait, the fifth trial did have 3 summations. Yeah. Oh yeah. Envelope has been ripped off rather carelessly, hasn't it? The screen strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way this envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact shape somewhere else.
Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Oh, ta-da!
They go together perfectly. Its torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
Okay. Cool. Can I read the thing? Or no? Oh, okay, I guess it doesn't let me read it. Should they whoa!
Take that!
Leave. This card reveals the answer.
Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that it's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear?
Oh, and with... Excuse me. Oh, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green?
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Well, you think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's mere...
My lord, may I?
May you what?
May you what, Miss Green?
I like to make... oh my god, what happened to the voice? I like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the particular note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the old man next to me here.
Hold it!
Okay, I'll press, but we can present the scrap, right? I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope.
It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please?
friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end, I decided to go.
So you found out what the information was.
Of course, I didn't. You're not thinking straight.
But whilst on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers. Oh, yeah, of course. She never made it to the meeting.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspears wonderfully there.
It worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now we have to— oh right, this we have already gone through. Okay. Boop, 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 boop.
Objection!
Let's go! The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. Ooh.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspears' room.
In my room?
Mr. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well?
Your actions that afternoon followed instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note— oh god. Sorry. Note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it.
You did what? Sorry, that has what? That were in my room?
What on earth?
What do you want with me?
Trying to keep up the act.
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
Oh.
Miss Green.
Yes?
Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. This is not like the other Ace Attorney games. Oh, she paints when she's stressed. It's like she just paints harder and harder.
Yes, I know.
Very well then, witness. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
What is testimony? Yeah.
I do remember now. It was a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered to me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note that had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it.
You're now claiming to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shakespeare?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. I would swear to have it set upon the table of my humble lodgings.
The arrow's really good.
Yes, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think that I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist. As I said, fledgling artists don't lie.
What?
That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shakespeare's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
What? Girl! Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. Stop using that as an excuse. My job here is to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanation that proves you the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel?
I'm ready. The fledgling lawyer is ready, my lord.
Very well then. The bench will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witness.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shakespeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. Oh boy. Okay. I do remember 'twas a week ago, Prevention. No, it was delivered to me. As a fledgling yokel. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sir, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with the knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable.
But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you?
Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I'm forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature?
Marry naught will have the thought of better me, sir, save the lair of curiosity. So 'tis true I was compelled by my own eager heart to take myself to the tavern, yet in the end my curiosity was not satisfied.
Okay. The day written therein I could carry a long turn. Okay, nobody came.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared?
Well, yes sir, 'tis as thou sayest.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
What?
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night in the Slug and Salad, my lord. 'Tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to the utmost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. All around me danced a great many companions.
What do you mean?
Flies, sir. Flies, sir. Flies.
Good lord.
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, percent? From a midsummer's night dream, come to taunt me?
I think they were just flies. I also have flies, but not flies, like ants. Ants. I have ants. Ants that fly. Wow, we're so twin. Oh, wait, never. I don't want to twin with this guy. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? No, Susato, you're so right.
Therefore, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese villa and did not see the village.
Okay. When exactly did you notice it had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busy with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. I think the flies could do better. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busy with greater ideas.
And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Very then, she could not have been stealing things from Miss Sham's spare room.
Yes. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
Van Seeks offers 0 help, oh my god. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Dearie me.
Yes. What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at? He's being a decent guy, that's what he's doing. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room? Why would I? Okay. It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodging.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green can only have come to be in possession of this note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she should have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. He loves the truth too. Any prosecutor that realizes that is like a good prosecutor. So basically every prosecutor so far except for Payne. Just looking for something that belonged to Duncan. Oh, maybe.
I can point out the villain here. As for that torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about
Hold it!
So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter? Is that it?
I'm a fledgling.
Oh, stop saying this!
I'm a fledgling artist. Remember, artists are nearly always introverted characters.
Introverted?
This introverted doll really randomly casts aspirations about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song, and wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherever dost thou accuse one of so pure heart, ample woman? Your heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy. Thou shalt not know the true heart of ours until thine instruction hereafter by death.
What?
Oh the days, oh the days, oh the years, alas enlighten thee, thou must wait so long in vain.
Occasionally a whip would help. A whip would help here to the witnesses.
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Soto. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's gonna resolve this argument is evidence. Yes! The only Shakespeare quote I know is, "I bite my thumb at you, sir." You bite your thumb at me, sir. I bite my thumb at you, sir. Yeah.
It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamspeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter.
Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that led me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying?
Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Oh no, okay, so I'm confused. Your mom joke. Is it the... I don't know. All I know is the what you egg. Okay, I had to present something, right? But the card... Maybe the poison? Do you remember now, twice we could go prevent your disease. I think I snuck into this man's room. Why would I? Shoot, I don't know.
Hold it!
What was this one again? Oh, does it... Let me the end of your possession.
Objection!
So... Until and unless her involvement... Villain, what hast thou done? Thou hast undone our mother. I have done thy mother. Oh my god. Shakespeare, bro. This case can be proven in some way. Yeah, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was another reason she broke into his lodging? Yes, we should pursue that idea. Another reason. Another reason why she broke in. Okay, hold on, let me safety save. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's this statement.
Objection!
Oh! It is a poison. Wow. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And although the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry said, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that infected Mr. Shamespeare. Screen, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds a gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Look at him on the side, he's staring at her. Cansby? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie.
Oh no, the easel fell! Oh no, she's upside down.
Order, order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the glass pipe with intent to kill?
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
If Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth on the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely?
Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. Oh, is he gonna help us? Holy shit.
I beg your pardon?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zeeks.
And of course, the following morning, there's more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity? Oh, yeah. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself.
Poison in the lodge.
To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
Once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into a gas pipe, his intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right! Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
A trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present at the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room for some 4 days earlier.
Mary!
Oh shit, she's on the box. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all a part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home.
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
But you mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
Order, order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during this course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Duncan Ross.
Take that!
Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadev's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when a man died in some strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague. Of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claim was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing the gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Oh!
Oh man.
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses. Curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you, Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she wanted to marry.
Mary!
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, Counsel? Each on a different count of murder?
Yes. Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Hailing so deeply, it appears my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against a man. 2 murders for the price of 1 trial. Oh boy, what a deal! 2 murders and, like, 1 attempted murder, too. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies, I deny every other ends.
You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
Kicks. I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh villainous, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rod something of women. But in any case, wherever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. Now our whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door. With some topes and a piece of wire. Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of women, woman.
We will consider your trespassing on future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found. What evidence your search revealed?
Well, I spotted the note I'd sent him lying on the floor. when I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Ew.
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box.
Oh, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes,
The key!
this rather nice key.
Uh, what are you doing with that? I was gonna say the key on her neck has been like really apparent, and I thought it was just, you know how sometimes girls have like fancy keys just for like decor, but like, okay, it's nice that it is actually part of the trial. Okay, what are you doing with that? What the?
3 ounces of color has drained from his face.
Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited. Inherited? What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it.
Oh,
No. What's all this about? He inherited that key?
it's obviously important to you since you've gone through such lengths and hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back to me this minute. Give it to me!
Calm yourself, witness.
So Mr. Shamsbury has tried, in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so. It's the key to everything this happened. You're so funny, Ryunosuke. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusations against Mr. Shamsbury at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? Yeah, slapped in the cheeks. I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs between all these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamsbury's alleged crimes?
It's Selden. Selden's money, right? That he, quote, inherited. And probably has the key for it then.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not?
The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Selden? Now sadly deceased Mr. Ross, and the defendant Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we noticed, certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
Right, I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum £1,000 worth of loot that he stole. Which, as of yet, remains to be found.
Yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here.
£1,000 lost, en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Yeah. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. Wait, are we saying that Shamsbury was the cell inmate with Selden? What? When did we learn that though? I don't know. Wait. Okay, whatever. Okay, keep going. It's not hard to imagine Selden trusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot. And perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
Oh, you mean this key is...
Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What? What are you talking about? This is false charge, I tell you, false charge! The name of the inmate who was with the name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garridov's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been lent to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Sochki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So he decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Oh. Oh. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. What? Listen. Oh, this must be the guy. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Everything. To stop the coppers from getting a mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in there, I guess. Shamspear. It's mine. Yeah, he's like way bigger of a villain. Also considering the fact that he's been in jail before too. Oh no, he's gonna... What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh god, I'm scared. I'm scared. Mr. Shamspear? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I don't admit to it. There's nothing you can't do. He's got really crazy eyes. I can't sleep tonight. Kay can't arrest me for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest a victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm so close, I just needed a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up?
There's no question in my mind now. This man's guilty through and through. This guy's crazy as fuck.
But he's so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him. Finish him.
No!
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we can find the convict's loot quickly.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. Find it quickly. Oh man, we need evidence? Oh no, oh, hold on, I didn't think this far. But I thought we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find wherever that loot is hidden. My lord!
Yes, counsel?
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. Oh, wait, can we do it through Sherlock's touchy thing? His skin touch thing, right? Oh, maybe that's it. Okay. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. I hope you're not sleeping, Sherlock.
Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull?
Here.
Take that!
Haha!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Samspear's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based off a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes.
Great detective?
Is this some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
I think that the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. There he is. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of the most ridiculous title.
To Sherlock Holmes himself!
How'd you get down here? What are you doing here, great detective? Your unusual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Sholmes is such a ninja, yeah. He just like twirls in onto the screen whenever he wants. Truly the dev's favorite. Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes, he does know Lord Van Zieks then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. You've got paler and bluer.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It is a method by which we're able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make the indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup that you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What am I to use as a sample? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? The key. Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Sotsuki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot. That's hidden in his old room. What form would a sample take? Present a person? That's how we'll get her key? Hopefully this. Oh, I didn't save. It's okay. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Norhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be up on the top. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? Olive Green.
Take that!
Miss Green.
Me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Shom's skin print seeker. Whoa! And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Oh! Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hole is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give the key to me! Detective shan't have it. I keep thinking that he's gonna, like, choke her or something. I mean, Graydon did it to the inspector. It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt! Well... Oh my god. It's like he got shot at with confetti. Oh my god. Ooh, the hat's off. He lost his jewels? I didn't even notice. Dang. All his wealth.
I never intended to kill the man. I wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all.
So you have time to find a convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
Mr. Garrett really has a lot to put up with.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right time to sign a new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I finally had my chance, but it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off, and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mrs. Shaw spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shamspear. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet. Act 3, Scene 1. Okay, we're all nerds here.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That's the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Damn. Like, true, but damn. Huh. Ugh. Man.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
Oh, gas supplies. The gas supplies in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke. They say it's the
convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then. If it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
There's some spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? Aww.
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, you fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, then I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I'd stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped English-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day. A stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub Scrubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. This place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! A ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night from freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. The pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like, I'm the problem! That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
Rumor? Oh, you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
I can't do a voice or similar. How anything connected to the pipes can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident then? Once I had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can't buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with. And wait. If Mr. Shakespeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. That's actually pretty smart, though. Like, he wouldn't have died if he didn't try to tamper with this stuff.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shakespeare.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I bought all over the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and it was all just some kind of wild fantasy. Actually, no. At the time, praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just deserts.
Ah. This is a tough. Kind of glad that Shamspeare didn't like fully die, you know? So she's not actually charged with murder. It's like attempted murder. So she probably won't face capital punishment. Hopefully not. I really hope they don't like, you know, kill her. Oh gosh. Oh man. Okay. 3 days ago. When you were the first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. Your cell with Joan. Joan sees her walking. Is like, wait, aren't you the girl I accidentally threw a knife at? What the hell are you doing here? I surely never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yeah. And one I certainly didn't envision walking with you. Yeah, Vanzeeks doesn't want to walk with us? Come on, Vanzeeks. You helped us out there, and for a second or two, we know you're a buddy deep down inside, even if you are kind of racist right now. Nevertheless, together, we have reached the light of the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green?
Yes, my lord?
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare. Hold hands, shake hands. You, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Stolsky Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me
From ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
I wasn't myself. I couldn't even remember what was going through my head. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Mrs. Green.
Oh,
And I'd like to believe that it is a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. That's what I said. Wow, we are the same person. Aww, what?
because of you, I choose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Shoshi Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I shall call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. Yeah! In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Woo! Let's go! Now the question is, why was this case? Because we were reflecting back on this case, because this case made, what? Susato's father want to bring her back to Japan or something? And then Holmes was also, like, cautious about putting it out into public. But I'm not sure what, but why? Like, what? Can't see. Court is adjourned! Fireworks and confetti. Adding the fireworks is a really cool addition. And I'm glad they did that, even though it's technically not safe to set indoors. 23rd February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, yes! Yes, at last! Divine justice duly done! Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there was any divine justice in this world, you would have to shave that mustache. Oh my god, why are everyone bullying this guy? Leave Sosuke's mustache alone. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache!
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Jones.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Once again, you saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been of help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. Yeah, seriously crazy. I was first acquainted with and I gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. As I try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now. I feel I've begun to see the truth. I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English. That's so far been hiding from me behind a wall of thought. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. Whoa, who would have thunk it? I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. Oh, what?
Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Don't cry, Susato. Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided to take. I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful!
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. I will in a way be literature, but as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true. I am right. I said this at the start of the stream, but like, what? Sherlock is like really insistent on bringing up the Reaper like every single time. And I don't know, maybe it's just his position again as like the token white guy, I mean, the token British guy, right? And like, so he's like, oh yeah, you know, just remember that we got these British thing that's going on with the Reaper, who is British. But like, yeah, right? Like, I feel like my theory at the very beginning might not be super off base. I don't know. I mean, you saw this case, right? I figured out some things beforehand. Maybe I figured out the big plot twist. Who knows? Probably not. That's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes! Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly. I'm quite sure.
But that's... Sorry, my headphone. That's not why I'm leaving! I mean it! Oh wait, he yelled objection. It's like, who yelled objection? Oh. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Satsuki's son did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. Yeah, something happened in this case, but what was it? In the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day. Oh, that's what it is. The day that we uncovered the loot, hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. The loot? The loot? Right, the loot. Okay. I thought they were gonna flash it on the screen or something. I was scared. I mean, especially after, what's his name again? Shamspear. No, I'm scared. Ace Attorney is scary. 24 February, 10:13 a.m. Mr. Natsume's room. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover this secret hiding spot place in just 1 day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Gregson's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily?
Happily? I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires that the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're so ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hole. Okay. What is that? Oh. Huh? A collar? What? What? Someone's dog had a nasty accident. What is this? Oh man, dude, I'm not fluent in fancy. I don't know what the tag. What is that? What letter is that? A B? I don't know. Okay. It looks to be some kind of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge though. Oh.
And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Maybe I can have this as a belt.
Oh my god, it's that big? Never mind, it's probably not a person then. A giant dog.
Oh, have you noticed that on the inside there are some dark stains?
You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt.
Yeah, Iris.
Then of course, there's this emblem here.
A large letter B. Oh, it's a B. Okay. A large letter B and a small crown. Baskervilles? Is that what it is? What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
Oh, that's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Schultz? All the color has drained from his face. Now he looks as pasty as his... I mean, what? Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, ought you? It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes.
Get your rubber hands off that, you lot. Hand it over. Now!
Oh, okay. I've never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But it's not what stood out to most to me. At least, not when I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? Nah, it's just wine. Somebody spilled wine. No.
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
Okay, Iris. And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder if I could, what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
The Mystery of the Knife in the Mist. And The Mustache Man and the Convict's Curse, perhaps? I can make it a 2-part story. Oh, I can't wait!
A word, please, Iris.
Yeah? What is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case!
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
So you
And
just
so
wanted
it
to...
was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
Studied voice acting, what? So, okay, so basically, yeah, the second one, he wanted to keep the collar a secret, right?
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen.
Whoa.
For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Alright, the next case is gonna finally be the Great Exhibition! Oh my god. And, holy shit. Oh, knowledge! Hooray! Okay. Oop. Save. Okay. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Ooh. Okay, so 1, 3, 5. Okay. Turn of Great Depart. So that's the Crystal Tower stuff, right? Twisted Karma is last bow. No clue. And something that looks very much like an ending. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Well, that's it. I can't continue. It's like 3:44 a.m. Okay. My internet has cut out so many times. It's been ridiculous. I'm so sorry. If anyone is watching through the entire VOD, I'm so sorry. It's definitely not clean. Um but yeah. I will see you next stream then. Bye-bye. Oh wait, do I have any thoughts? Thoughts. No, I don't have any thoughts. I think I said all my thoughts already within the thing. Okay, bye!